Sound test. Good. Ow. Why doesn't it feel like it's not picking up anything? Maybe I'm just that quiet right now? I mean, I gotta be honest. I was not looking forward to this tonight because I am just not in the mood to talk. But well, turn on the game. I see Emma's face. I just feel that much better. I completely forgot this is where we left off, so excellent. Back to where? So now we move. He's gonna let us look at the stage, right? God, you make it sound like it's such finality. This is going to be your last Ace Attorney. No optimism for a 7th installment. Why isn't this? There we go. All right, let's get down to investigating, shall we? I've been so mentally drained recently, I can't even get the Valley Girl voice on command, which is, that's a problem. Okay. Just make sure you don't move anything or I'll get in big trouble. Or just make sure if he does something that he's not supposed to do, fucking slap him. Fine, I promise. You only move the things I have to. Let's get it! Let's get it! Let's get it! Let's get it! Let's go! I don't know if that makes you feel old, but it definitely makes me feel old. Like, damn, somebody here that's been doing this for a length of time that makes up a quarter of their lives. Thank you for being with me for a quarter of your life. Jesus. Almost a quarter. Oh, damn. I appreciate it, Trep. Well, I have my own investigation to conduct, but let me know if you need anything. Yeah, that seems irresponsible. I get that she trusts me, but I wouldn't if I were her. If an investigator knocks off something and messes up a crime scene, I mean, then you've led to an issue where there's question as to the integrity of the crime scene, and that could negatively affect what happens if there were to be a trial. there is a certain amount of, like, I guess the word isn't sterility, but you have to keep certain integrity, like I said, to any crime scene. If you don't, then that's going to be something any defense could bring up as something that would be detrimental to the prosecution. Now, if it's the defense attorney, and that's you wouldn't in the U.S. Like, we would never be at the crime scene and do something that could fuck up the crime scene. We don't come in until much later process. Well, maybe not much later, but later, while they're cleaning that up, we're probably not snooping around. But if we were to do something like that, well, then we could just go to jail for committing our own crime. Fucking with a crime scene. It's been a while since we've done any investigating. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's dive right in. You do remember how to do this, right? If you don't, I can give you a quick rundown. Should I have Athena give me a quick rundown? Nah. Don't worry about me. I've got it all locked away in the vaults up here. Good, and I'm sure it'll all come back to me too as we go along. When's the last time that you worked on a case? Wait, wasn't it you who just offered to give me a rundown? Reminds me of that stupid fucking Office episode where Jim's temporary boss is like, can you give me a rundown on I think it was a rundown on some clients that they had, and he spent the entire episode trying to figure out what a rundown was. And he just didn't ask at the beginning, like, how much can you avoid by just saying, oh, rundown, like, you want, like, sales numbers or something? Like, you don't even have to just, if you want to avoid sounding too stupid or clueless, you could at least, like, make suggestions as to what he might be talking about, so that doesn't seem as bad. Oh, are you talking about, like, you know, how long they've been there, or been with us, and what they're paying, you know, their, you know, that kind of stuff. And then if he says, well, that and, like, whatever, or no, more like this stuff, well, you got your answer. But instead, you say nothing, and then you try to guess the entire time and feel super anxious, and then you don't end up giving him what he wants anyways. And then he ends up getting on you like it was just a rundown. Why haven't you gotten me? Why haven't you gotten that to me yet? It shouldn't have taken you this long. Well, maybe if I'd actually know what the fuck you asked for. Now, that could help the entire situation to begin with, but people going to make they need to be by using vague language. I'd say a rundown is... maybe it's not vague. It's definitely not ambiguous, because, like, there's not one or two things a rundown could mean, but I'm also not sure it constitutes vague. Because I feel like there should be some general idea of what they mean. He did try, but they were very weak attempts. And I think if he had just done so, made a stronger attempt from the beginning, it would have saved that situation. We have one of these in the office too, don't we? Yeah, that poor magic prop we use as a shelving unit. Just get a shelf. Kinda like to see Trucy perform this trick sometime. Well, we both know you'd be the one in the box if you ever did. I feel bad for the prop, but it can stay a shelving unit in that case. Why did you... oh no! Stay a shelving unit? That video camera's pointed right at the stage, as opposed to where? The audience? I wonder what it recorded. I want to take a peek, but Emma would... wow, this residue data is so fascinating. So fixated on that bloodstain data, her eyes are getting bloodshot. Why would she put on her... I forget, do her sunglasses, like, do something special? Why would she put them on? I feel like that would hurt her vision. Unless they're, like, for when she looks at screens, I suppose. Well, I don't know what the pink would do to really help that. We could follow up. Emma's off in forensics Fantasyland. Let's see what's recorded on the camera. Oh, here we go. Fucking... I told you. Well, you guys already knew, but I'm like, I bet we have to see this fucking scene a million times. I'm gonna be like, I don't see what the thing is that we're supposed to be looking for. At least this time we don't have every fucking time. Because she thinks it looks cool to be looking at the forensics like that with the pink sunglasses on. It looks mildly stupid. I didn't say that. I would never say a bad word on Emma's character. She's perfect. It's the same video we saw on TV where you can't see the body at all. Oh, did you notice a strange shadow in that footage? No, I didn't, actually. I don't think it was my imagination, but I'm pretty sure I saw something. Strange shadow, huh? I wonder what it was. Although I was also only half paying attention. Oh, I've seen something like this before. It's like that game where you stick swords into a barrel until a little man inside pops out. That doesn't sound like any game I've ever heard of. Oh, which must mean it doesn't exist, right? Fucking... Okay, just say, oh, that sounds neat. Really? It's pretty famous in Europe. Did you have anything to play with as a kid? Oh, you know, a simple Americans. We're just happy with a hoop and a stick. As I give her a Southern American accent. Oh, but she's from America, right? She's just studying in Europe. Oh, hey, this is a curtain. I wonder what's behind it. The backstage area, there's magic equipment and stuff like that back there. I'll open it a crack and check it out later. You weren't thinking of opening that curtain, were you? Ooh, me? Would I ever do a thing like that? Come on now. Rats. Guess I'll have to ask her to open it for me later. I mean, and this is one thing that we're talking about the investigation, like what can happen to a crime scene or something like that. In a situation where it's like expressly forbidden, or the way we do things, that I can't go do that, right? I would rather it be that way than be like, oh, you have to do it, but also there's still things you can't do. Because then that only allows me to do half a job. That's because all the people that use the expression rats to mean like damn or shoot or anything like that to express displeasure at being foiled to some degree, they all became adults in the early 1990s and have not had a need to say that word when they were children. Or Apollo, apparently. Rats. You know what most of us grown-ups say in America now when shit like that happens? Shit. Fuck. Damn it. Jesus. This is what they call a set piece. It's a piece of the onstage scenery. Somebody fell down after the body was revealed. If I remember correctly. Just as the brave heroine screams, the spell on the dragon breaks. Losing its wings, the dragon falls to the ground. That moment marked the collapse of Trucy's magical kingdom. Magic, huh? Yeah, sure. The timing was so perfect, I'd genuinely be surprised if it was magic. Emma, can I ask you a question? Shh! This is the best fucking part! Shut your goddamn pie hole. She won't even look this way. Oh, what great prints! And another set for my collection! Hee. She, certainly seems to enjoy her work, doesn't she? Won't you stop fucking judging her, Athena? Oh, I did that completely by accident because I would not have, like, realized that that's what they wanted me to do. Okay. Well, that's good. All right, so here's the trap door. That's good. That's nice, though. That's a good-looking effect. See, was that in Dual Destinies? Sure. I guess it was. Wow, this dragon is a lot more handmade than I expected. Yeah, well, I can't tell you how many hours I put into that freaking thing. What? You made it? Lucy had me help put it together, you know, as her assistant to the magician. Yeah, she wrapped around her little finger, doesn't she? Lucy's smile has some kind of magical power that makes it impossible to say no. Oh, that's so adorable. Oh, unknowing sibling, good sibling relationships. So this is the coffin the dead body appeared from. I actually haven't examined that yet. Would you two mind giving me a hand? let's fucking do it. No sweat. That's the first positive interaction she's had with Emma. Drucy said the coffin was supposed to be empty when she stabbed it. So how did the victim even get in there? I bet there's a secret door or something. It sure is an oddly shaped thing, isn't it? Didn't we see a diagram that showed there was a trapdoor because she explained it to us already? Who knew it could unfold into something like this? Well, I heard that since it's used for magic tricks, the left and right panels are made to be interchangeable. How that helps with magic tricks, though, I have no idea. I'm sure they make use of it in some way we can't even imagine. Chalk outline. I don't know. Maybe they do call it white outline now. Cooler if you call it chalk outline, though. White outline, huh? So this is where the body was. What exactly did it look like just after the incident occurred, I wonder? Oh, I have a photo of the crime scene. Here you go. That would have been nice to have before we started looking. Well, this case is done. Unless they could prove that he would be turned to have his back toward her when she stabbed it there, there's no way she could have killed him. He had already been stabbed in the back well before this happened. I mean, like, obviously that was going to be the case. I was curious as to just how obvious it was going to be. And it's a little too obvious to the point where I know we're not going to bring this up until later in the trial, and I'm going to be very upset. Like, there's some room. But it's not very big. It looks like wherever position that you get into, you're kind of stuck in. And it's a rectangle, so like it looks like you could look forward, or you could be pointed forward or pointed back without an issue, but doing it sideways would have been more of a problem. I mean, that dude has some broad shoulders, so it's not like he's tiny. And she clearly stabbed it in the side. So let's get ready, because I'm gonna bitch about that. Oh wow, looks like he was stabbed in the back. Guess that's definitely what killed him. I mean, unless you determined he had a heart attack before he got stabbed. Or I guess he could have had a heart attack as a result of getting stabbed. What's this thing around his waist? It's a stunt harness. Is that not obvious? I don't know. Maybe I'm just an asshole. Stunt wire can be attached to it so the person can float and fly through midair. or just air. I guess the mid-air, that was an unnecessary, like, ad-lib on my part. Come to think of it, he did fly in Act 1, didn't he? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. It looks like the bottom of the coffin opens, too. Oh, a secret door. Let's try opening it. Again, didn't Trucy tell us this already? Why are we surprised? Well, looky here. It seems to lead to someplace under the stage. That's right. It goes to the understage passage. It's pitch black down there. Hold on, I think I see something glowing faintly. Hard to make anything out from up here. If you try to go down there, the magicians will get mad at you. Oh, well, excuse me. Looks like I can't do that to best help my client out. The magicians will get mad at me. What magicians? She's the only one that's alive. Oh, actually, I guess the one that could have been the one that killed him is also alive. But given that she could be a potential suspect, I don't really give a rat's ass what she has to say. But yeah, otherwise, is it the fucking Magician's Alliance again? Like, this is where I wish. So there aren't a lot of times where I'm like, man, I wish I had like a Steam Deck or something like that. But I would love to get the Magician's Alliance photo and the stupid fucking sound effect that would always accompany it in Arrested Development. It's like, oh, and I would just like to boom every time I say, every time we talk about magicians, just boom, drop that, because that's how stupid that is. Apparently, there are things down there that will give away the secrets behind the tricks. Well, that sucks. Looks like we can't do anything because they'll get mad at us. Woo. Yeah, bust the kneecaps. We're coming for your legs. Well, that sucks. It's all right. It's all right there, and we can't even check it out. Who is telling you this? All she said is the magicians are going to get mad. That doesn't tell us we can't look down there. It's just a matter of, are we willing to deal with the consequences of the magicians getting mad at us? Ah, but if it's a magician's secret, then no one shall know, regardless of whether it's a crime scene. Definitely gonna have to examine that understage passage at some point, though. So I'll just let you know, Emma, that I do intend on going down there eventually. So just prepared. I'm sorry. My eyes are bothering me, and I mixed up my contacts yesterday, and I don't think I've figured out which one is in the right eye yet. Weirdly enough, both my eyes are so bad that like the vision itself doesn't really change, but the fit definitely does because of how my corneas are shaped, because fucked up reasons. I'm gonna go switch them. That helps this discomfort I'm continually feeling. Ooh, this is a good time to play an ad. Let's see if it works this time. Insert ad. Oh. Okay. Sorry about that. It feels a little better, but also it felt okay when I first put them in, like right after I put them in the first place, so. Paula, look, there's a secret door in the back panel of the coffin. What? Oh, so it'd be like that sometimes. So yeah, there's two ways I say it. One way I'll say it is it'd be like that sometimes, because that's what that was our variation of it growing up in our friend group. But the original quote, the original quote is from this American baseball player. I forgot what the fuck his name was, in like the 1970s or some shit like that. It was quoted in the newspaper with like his photo, and it's just like. They quote him word for word, and it does. When you hear it, you're like, I think I get what he's saying, but I would not have said it like that. And it's even hard to remember sometimes. They don't say it be like it is, but it do. Like, what? Why would you say it that way? They don't say it be like it is, but it do. I've never actually heard him say it, but like that's the voice I like assume. Like he sounds like, I don't know. But yeah, it is definitely meme worthy, and glad it lives on. I actually didn't know like where what we said came from originally until I was older. Like where my friend that started saying it had gotten it from, who we all just, without knowing its origins, ignorant fools. You think Mr. Reyes could have answered the coffin through there? If he could have done it without Trucy noticing, then maybe. Like two magicians trying to out-magic one another right under each other's noses. Well, why would he have done that, though, to get stabbed? That seems really stupid. Yeah, he really outdid Trucy in order to die. There's a sword here. It's covered in blood. Is that just where they're leaving the murder weapon? Jesus Christ. Must be the murder weapon. Lucy said she was sure she switched it out with the rubber sword. Fortunately, this one certainly doesn't look like it's made of rubber. What did Trucy have? No, she pulled it out, didn't she? Oh, no, I don't think she did. So she might not have looked at it once it, like, came apart and fell. I mean, I would have, but I'm also 38-year-old male and not a 17-year-old high schooler who's doing stage magic for the first time and probably freaked the fuck out. She did? So did she... then remind me, did she remember seeing that there was blood on it? Because if it was the rubber sword, there wouldn't have been any blood on it. Unless somebody planted fake blood on the rubber sword to make her think that she had used the real sword, which did actually kill him. And I just gave myself a headache. Fortunately, this one certainly doesn't look like it's made of rubber. Hey, Emma? Are there any fingerprints on the sword? Let's see, according to my data, no prints were found, but that could be because the culprit wiped them off. I think if Intrusi was wearing gloves during the show, he certainly wouldn't have left any prints either. Okay, this is definitely not the right way. This is so much worse than whatever I did before. I'll just have to put it back and then deal with whatever that discomfort is. There's supposed to be these like dots on the right side, like edge of the right contact, except neither of my contacts have those, so fuck me, I guess. Okay, final answer. This doesn't work out, then I'm just gonna have to wear my fucking glasses and deal with it. I really don't want to do that because it's not see nearly as well with my glasses compared to my contacts, and I'm not in the mood to be squinting all over the place. Okay, something isn't right. It just doesn't make any sense. What's the matter, Apollo? You're making that weird thinking face again. Does somebody not have a weird thinking face? I feel like everybody's thinking face is weird. It's like... fuck. What, this Harry Potter? I can't remember what author it was, but they always referred to, like, thinking faces as, like, screwing up your face, which I always thought was a very odd way of describing that, but also understood it completely. How did what should have been a rubber sword get switched with a metal one? Plus the timing of that dragon set piece falling down. Isn't that just a little too convenient? Something just isn't sitting right. Ground control to Major Apollo! Can you hear me, Major Apollo? Athena, I think I've got it! I think somebody switched Trucy's rubber sword for the metal one. Yes. Okay. Huh? And the murder on her. No shit. Someone switched the swords? But when could they have done that? Everyone was too busy to notice, because misdirection. Someone could have switched Trucy's rubber sword with the metal one. After the set piece fell, everybody in the audience was kicked out of the theater. In the ensuing chaos, somebody could have carried out a cover-up operation. Any one of the stagehands or show personnel could have done it before the police arrived. What you're saying is, somebody's actively trying to frame Trucy for the crime. Yes, some disgusting individual is trying to get away with murder. So it's someone related to the show. That's definitely a very high chance. There's definitely a very high chance of that. Yeah, I can't, I'm not remembering off the top of my head, but have there been any of our clients that weren't framed? And like, it just was a horrible coincidence that they were the ones that got charged instead? And it wasn't really a cover-up so much as they just shut the fuck up because they're like, oh, somebody else got blamed, so I'm just gonna not say anything. I feel like maybe in one of the, like, one cases? Like, did what's-his-face frame Larry? I don't think so, right? Larry just happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. Guy in 2-1? I don't think he framed Maggie, did he? That was another just like... Oh no, because she had the phone thing. So saw Larry leaving and decided to pin it on him. But was he actually framed? Or just like, ha, hopefully they catch him instead of me. Right, Maggie's name was what was written. I could not remember for the life of me what the fucking word was that was written. So... Walking in 4-2. First grade Ace Attorney Case 4. Yes, that he wrote in amazing cursive with his offhand after breaking his neck. Just outstanding. So Acro, that's a good, I don't remember what Acro said. It was just a matter of he used, because the bus catching the cape was a coincidence, wasn't it? Like that wasn't supposed to happen, or it wasn't intended to happen. Because if the cape was supposed to be on there, then that does seem like there was some sort of framing, but it wasn't. That just happened to be the case. Right, and that's what I mean, like, during the course of the action, was there an intent to then frame it on that person, on a different person? As opposed to, like, well, all this shit happened, now I see that they think it's somebody else, so I'm gonna try to help them out and lead them to believe that it was in fact that person so that I get away with it. Because that's different. There's definitely a very high chance of that. Now, if we could just figure out who it is. Let's see, what else do we need to do on this stage? Emma, did you find any fingerprints on the coffin? Actually, I haven't checked yet. I was going to do that at the end. I like to save the best for last. We aren't exactly talking about dessert here. Oh, but we are. Would you like to partake in my delicious dessert? I don't mind sharing. There's something so fucking morbid about that. Oh, yes, please. There's always room for dessert, right? All right, I guess I'll join you too. So, could you show us how to check your, show us how you check for prints, Emma, even though we've done this before? Why can't you just ask me, or unless it's a different way of doing it, I guess. Sure, let's start with the basics. As you know, fingerprints are an excellent way of identifying someone. That's because no two people have the same set of fingerprints, not even twins. So if we find any prints on the coffin, they might lead us to the killer. If the culprit was dumb enough to leave prints behind, sure. Go ahead and dust for prints now. Let's see. This looks like a promising spot. Try dusting the area with fingerprint powder. Move the cursor around. That's not the type of blow I was thinking of. X and A. The powder in this bottle is all we have to work with. If you run out, try blowing on the area. Any excess powder will be returned to the bottle, just perfectly like the same amount. We're not gonna lose any excess. That's hyper efficient. All right, I think I'm ready to give it a try. That was dumb. Oh. You found some prints. Looks like the fingers of someone's left hand. Now let's try comparing these with the ones we have on file. First, switch to... God, okay. Got a pretty clear print here. I wonder whose it is. I have the prints of everyone involved in the case right here. Just choose the person whose prints you'd like to compare this sample against. Well, the last person who was in the coffin was... It does, that did feel stiff. Like it's so jagged almost. Bingo! Looks like the prints belong to the deceased, Mr. Rios. Well, if we found prints here, maybe we can find them elsewhere on the coffin too. I'll try dusting for more prints. Yeah, it's so... ugh. my... Oh. There, I found some. I guess they weren't just gonna hold my hand through all that. These prints are apparently Mysterious' too. Shall we try looking for prints on the outside of the coffin now? Yes, let's. It's so fun. Oh, shit. This time you... Oh. Well, I get to rotate the entirety of the coffin? Holy shit. This time, you'll be able to rotate the coffin and look at it from different angles. That'll give you a chance to examine it thoroughly. You ever get stuck or confused? You can always reset. Okay, and if I find any prints, I'll choose one to run against your data, just like before. I thought we were going to do something different this time for some reason. Yeah, I can't even get... Ugh. Ugh, this feels awful. Was I just seeing things, or? What the fuck? Okay, whatever. I think I was seeing things, or that wasn't supposed to be like. Is too faint. Fuck you too, Apollo. Oh, I see. There, I got a print. All right, I'll just check it against my data. Oh, that's funny. That's the prints of anyone involved in this case. Really, none of them? How can that be? Now then, I wonder if yeah, let's look for more. I feel like it takes forever. It's gonna lead me to being impatient. That's gonna lead me to like missing out on something because I'm just like. Oh, I see. I think what I was looking at before. Reflection. Where have I not looked? assuming there's at least one more. I'll go, let's keep looking. What? Dude, it... Found another print. Judging from its position and location, it might have been made when someone put the lid on the coffin. Let's see now. There was one part during the show where someone put this lid on, and after Trucy had gotten into the coffin. Or this print should belong to Emma. Right. Yeah. That's what we were that's what we were talking about earlier. We were talking about how like rigid it is. It's not smooth like you'd think it should be. Especially since this was what, a 3DS game? You think that'd be like one of the easiest, like best parts of it. Looks like the print belongs to that bunny girl. Come to think of it, she did put the lid on the coffin during the show. Probably when she left her prints on the lid. It looks like that's about all the prints we're going to find. How? I mean, actually, we were pretty thorough. But let's say I had found that, like, really early on instead of being thorough, and she's just like, that's all we're going to find, and you're like, I haven't checked everything else. To sum everything up, the prints we found belong to the victim, Mr. Rios, the bunny assistant, Bonnie, and some third unidentified person. That's strange. We didn't see anybody else up there on that stage during the show. Does this mean some outsider was up there, someone unrelated to the show? No, but that doesn't make it any less stupid from a narrative perspective. Some things are just going to be stupid because it just wouldn't mesh well with the game. That doesn't mean it is something that's free from criticism. Mr. Hat. It's wooden fingerprint. I guess we can't really say at this point. Well, thank goodness we didn't find any of Trucy's fingerprints, right? But that's only because Trucy was wearing gloves. Hey, Emma, there's something else that's been bothering me about these prints. I think there's something odd about Mr. Rios' prints. Odd? What's odd about them? Well, that he was definitely facing, what perspective are we? Looking backwards. Looking back of the coffin. And then he got stabbed in the back somehow, even though there would have been no way to do that. Well, if Mr. Rios was standing in the coffin facing forward, he would have left prints like this, right? But when we look at the actual prints, yeah, he's facing towards the back of the coffin. They're facing backwards. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Hey, what do you know? You're right. I wonder how they wound up like that. Maybe he was accidentally facing the wrong way at first, but then turned around later? With what room? No, the coffin is much too small for a guy his size to turn around in. Thank you, game. All right. About all he would have been able to manage is maybe a little bit of twisting. And it doesn't really make any sense. God damn it, now I'm mixing up my girls. Then it really doesn't make any sense, does it? Might have hit on something major here. You still haven't even talked about the fact that he got stabbed in the back, but was facing, got stabbed sideways, but that's not where the stab mark was. Oh, I have just one more question, Emma. Oh yeah? What is it? Rios, thank God. Great. Excellent, Apollo. Mr. Rios was stabbed in the back, right? But if he was standing in the coffin like this, how would that have worked? Oh, right, that. That's a big thing. The lead prosecutor has an explanation, actually. He thought that the victim might have tried to dodge the sword as it came into the coffin. That doesn't mean he was able to twist around to the point where it got stabbed directly through his spine. And we saw how Trucy, like, put the sword in. It's not like she kept, like he missed and then she kept trying to keep wow, this guy's an idiot. Maybe he twisted his body and the sword ended up stabbing him in the back. That is horrendous. Horrendous logic. That's his theory anyway. Well, his theory is shit. I see. Well, that's a whole load of garbage. No, it doesn't sound plausible, actually. Game. Stop treating us like we're fucking morons. Yeah, I'm getting stabbed. Allow me to present the wider perspective of my body to it to make it easier for the person to stab me. My reflexes are so good that I was somehow I managed to avoid that first stab, but then decided, you know what? The best way to deal with this is, let me give it a bigger target. Just fucking stupid. Well, I guess that about wraps up our investigation of the stage. Actually, there's still the area behind that curtain. Don't you want to know what's back there? Sure do, but Emma told us not to move or touch anything, remember? Honestly, in that situation, I probably would have... I would have tried... I'm thinking my first instinct, if I were able to dodge it, right, like, initially, right? Because if I don't dodge it, because I don't know that it's coming or my reflexes aren't that fast, it doesn't fucking matter, right? I'm getting stabbed in the side, and I'm going to go down. My first thought would be to, and this would be difficult because the sword is sharp, right? But if you could, like, grab on both sides of the sword and at least try to, like, fight their ability to bring it, to like pull it back, or like if you could find some way to like snap it or something, like, I guess it depends on how strong the sword is, but like trying to pin the sword so that they can't remove it, that's probably my first reaction. Not that that would work, but right, that's the other thing too, like, why would he have dodged unless he thought he was being murdered? Well, the sword would be sharp because the person, like, wanted him to die, right? But, like, why was there a real sword? What did they need it for that they couldn't use the rubber one for? I guess, like, in a fight scene, because a rubber one, like, flashing would sound like rubber. You still need a metal one. Steel swords are pretty... Yeah, so, I mean, that's my first thought in terms of how I might react. Well, it's not a matter of whether he could tell what sword Trucy was using, more than if he thinks Trucy is the one who's out there and he trusts in the trick, why would he think there'd be any other sword to dodge in the first place? Unless he knew something was going to happen. I mean, he was put in a predicament I don't think he was supposed to in the first place, so that's plausible. Would you quit staring at me? Fine, I'll go open it for you. Hey, still got it. Wow, look at you flaunt your lady killer eyes. I have my ways. I just look at you until I get what I want. I'm only doing this so I won't get charged for animal abuse for not throwing you a bone. What? The fuck is that? That's something. Wow. I guess puppy eyes can be just as effective. All right, I'll be back. The same eyes he uses to get Clappy to give him what he wants. I mean, if these eyes work on. Well, go on and investigate to your heart's content, but before you go moving anything, I know, we'll be sure to ask first. Oh, by the way, just examine the backstage to move to the area beyond the curtain. Okay, time to get to investigating. It's kind of problematic that the game had to tell us that, although I guess it's better that you just tell us as opposed to not saying anything about it, and we're just like, how do we get back there? Seeing the stage this way kind of breaks the illusion, doesn't it? Yeah, also somebody dying breaks the illusion, so we're already at that point. Just goes to show that some things are better left unseen. Oh, listen to you sounding all grown up and stuff. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll have some cynical one-liners of your own someday. Oh boy, I can't wait. Anyway, on to more pressing matters. Let's go examine the backstage area. Dustpan, a broom, and a bucket. Guess they use these to keep the stage tidy. I doubt that's what this bucket is for, though. See how it says fire on it? Oh, I guess it's a fire bucket then. You know, the bucket that they put fire in. I couldn't even finish that stupid thought. Oh. Usually it's not in the middle. There are some that have holes, but they're usually at the end. Most of them now have the, I mean, I don't know what they do in other countries, but like for us, it's a plastic handle can snap on, the dustpan can snap on to the broom. But there's also some that, I've seen some that they have a hole at the end of the handle. I have not seen one where the hole is directly in the middle of the dustpan, because that seems like a design flaw. So I can dustpan, but there's always going to be this hole of dusts that will remain if any of it gets in that middle part. Yes, I heard the theater owner went out and bought that just for this show. When he heard there was going to be a fire trick, he flew to the store to get it. Can a little bucket like this really put out a raging fire? Did he really have to buy something that specifically said fire? He could have gotten any bucket. I'm guessing the owner thought it could. Maybe we should have just gotten a fire extinguisher instead. That would have been way better. But it doesn't look like it's been used. In fact, the inside is caked with dust. What was the point of even buying the bucket then? That means nobody actually prepared for the fire trick after all. I mean, this might be an important bit of information. What is this thing? It's a winch. I'm guessing they use it to pull Mr. Hat up. Oh, look! There are two winches. One back there, one up here. Apparently, each winch was rigged up to something different. One of them was used to hold the dragon set piece, while the other was connected to that weird puppet up in the catwalk. I was gonna say cakewalk. Catwalk. Weird puppet, huh? I better go check out the catwalk later. The guillotine. It's a guillotine. It's a guillotine. But it's not real, it's just another one of Trucy's props. I wonder if it was supposed to appear in the show. Huh, you mean she didn't mention it to you? And you were gonna make a guest appearance on stage for a guillotine trick. No, I definitely remember not agreeing to something like that, like losing my head on national TV. Wait, was it on national TV? Hey, there's a coffin back here too. Looks like there's a stuffed dragon inside. Oh wait, look, it's just an illusion. The dragon looks like it's inside, but it's really just painted on the front lid. Yo, it's a trash-ass guillotine. Yeah, I mean, if it can't kill somebody, what's the fucking point? Even if it is a trick. Oh, wow, you're right. That's really something else. If the show hadn't been canceled, we might have gotten to see this trick too, huh? Honestly, initially I thought it was just like very poor rendering, but it made a lot more sense that it was an illusion instead. Let's go to the understage. There's a sign that says understage. I bet these stairs go to the understage area. That's in contention for the most useless line in this game. Trucy told me and her fellow magicians call it the Abyss. I wonder why. Who knows? Maybe anybody who knows what abyss means and has, you know, can use context clues to figure it out. Maybe it's because it's really dark down there or something. Oh, I bet they've got all kinds of magical goodies stashed down. Wow, I cannot talk right now. Oh, I bet they've got all kinds of magical goodies stashed away down there. This floor here is made out of floor. This is the Fontaine level of Genshin. Just wait until we run into the Hydro Archon. Boy, that's gonna be a whole event. Hey, you still haven't done Fontaine, right? You're right about, because you can just skip to Natlin now, right? Honestly, kind of cool that you can do that now. I mean, the Hydro Archon was not kept in that bucket. Otherwise, it would not have had dust like that. Because it'd be wet. Come on, let's go check it out. Oh, we're actually going to be able to go down there? Huh? The door's locked. Oh, those pesky magicians and their security. Doors, locks. Oh. In the fortress, you're stuck in the fortress of Maripede. Can't you just go do something else if you wanted to, though? I'm not gonna lie. I did not think the Fortress of Maripede section was all that good. Like, the concept of it was, but like the execution was, it felt like it dragged. So if you get to the point where you're stuck in there and you're like, I hate this, I understand why every time you boot up and you see yourself in that fucking place, you're like, nope. The entrance to the Abyss is barred to mere mortals like us, huh? I mean, finish the quest later. Just do other shit. Fuck that quest. Yes, but I'm pretty sure... I mean, if I go back and look at the footage of when I streamed it, I would bet that I said the same exact thing as it was done, that I didn't like it, and it dragged. Maybe not, maybe I'm misremembering, but I think I had that opinion prior to knowing what happened afterwards. Yes. It would be nice if you could just skip through shit where it's like, I just don't care about this. Even like the other Toyverse games have like some degree of skip like that. I mean, not like skip through the entirety of the quest or whatever, but or ability to do that. Wuthering Waves has that too. Oh, well, that's what you call a swing and abyss. Boo this man. Boo this man. That was just sitting on screen for a while. I just wasn't even looking at it. Looks like this ladder leads to the catwalk. Oh, I did it again. I fucking did it again. Why am I'm just really hoping things become a cakewalk, I guess. It looks like this ladder leads to the catwalk overhead. Do I really have to go up there? Why don't you go on up and check it out, Athena? I'm sure you'll like the air up there. Huh? Where in the world did you get that idea from? Wait a minute. Are you saying I'm an airhead? How rude can you get? I did not take it that way at all. That's not what I'm saying at all. Now, up you go. I'll just wait down here. Okay, now I'm starting to get the picture. You're afraid of heights, aren't you? That's how I interpreted it. He gets fucking stabbed with that accusation. Like, dude literally took physical damage from that. Come on now. This is for Trucy. She needs us, so up the catwalk we go. I mean, I'll go, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't also go. Well, I guess it's time to put on my big boy pants. I was gonna put on my Apollo outfit today, and I realized I need... Oh, there's Mr. Hat. I need a whole, like, new slew of white shirts. Mine are destroyed. I will tend to not take care of white shirts. So if I and I'll wear it at, go to a wedding, and after that wedding, I am never wearing that white shirt again. It is destroyed, and I'm not gonna attempt to fix it. Are you all right, Apollo? You're white as a sheet. I'm fine. Don't look down, Justice. Don't look down. Those green things over there look like cushions. I guess one of them was used to absorb the force of impact with Mr. Hat zipped into it. My dad's terrified of heights. I'm not afraid of heights, but I don't necessarily like them. Like, I'll get anxious, but not so much that, I feel terrified. For example, a couple years ago when we went to Seattle, I was in the Seattle Space Needle, and there's a glass floor that you can look down. And it's a very sturdy glass floor. Obviously, many people have walked across it in their time. When I stepped on that glass floor and looked down, I was certain it was going to break and I was going to fall to my death. That's the type of, anxiety that... But I got over it. Well, I won't say I got over it, but, I still, went about my business, but I was like, I think there's not an insignificant chance that I might die. I have not been alerted to this. Thank you for letting me know, because if it is what I think it is, I am going to stop immediately and check what it is that you are referring to. Whoa! Why? Would you ever? Were the Mavericks being held at gunpoint by the Lakers? Sorry guys, this is legitimately stunning. And I know a lot of people use the word stunning and they overuse. This is legitimately stunning information. Luka Doncic. Los Angeles Lakers in exchange for Anthony Davis. Al, are you a Lakers fan? I don't remember. I know we've talked about this before. Why would you... Mavs had major concerns about moving forward with Luka due to his constant conditioning issues and the looming commitment of another Supermax contract extension. Because of his conditioning issues? The man averages 33 points a game. How bad could his conditioning be? Also, how could you even be out of shape when you're playing basketball for that many minutes every other night? Well, it does involve the team that LeBron James is on, yes. I mean, it's not like they didn't trade a good player, but this is a no-brainer. I thought you were going to tell me some excellent Bucks news happened. Or just some Bucks news. Even not excellent Bucks news is interesting enough for me. But no, you alerted me to quite possibly the most baffling trade I have ever seen in my life. Laughs in Californian. Yeah, Anthony Davis, you probably heard of him because he's teammates with LeBron. He's basically their second best player. Or if you think LeBron's not their best player, Anthony Davis would be their first best player. And somebody younger, a little less injury prone, and generally better. I don't understand why Dallas would do that, but okay. Thank you, Ren, for legitimately pointing out, pointing out legitimately stunning information, because I don't feel legitimately stunned very often. And that was a moment of shock. Okay. Sorry. Wrecked myself here. Let's go check it out. Way over there? That's so far, though. I don't think we can see it. We can see it fine just from here, you know. What's that? He had to assure people he wasn't hacked. I would have thought the same initially, like, oh, is this NBA Centel? And I got fucking punked again? As I have so many times from the same parody Twitter account. Ugh. Yeah, I mean, they're like, what, 5 games over 500? The Lakers are like 3 or something. And they didn't just, but at the same time, they didn't just get a fucking bona fide superstar that's 25. I actually don't know. Early 30s now? Look, Apollo, it's Mr. Hat. He's attached to a wire. Actually, didn't Trucy say something like... Oh yeah, see this. We knew that... Okay. Quickly raise Mr. Hat up by the wire into a cushion on the cake. I was gonna say cakewalk again. I was in the middle of saying cakewalk before I stopped. Maybe the stagehands pulled Mr. Hat up here and left him here afterwards? Third time's the cakewalk. It keeps happening. It's gonna happen again probably too. That wire attached to his back. Looks like it's connected to one of the winches down below. Huh? Mr. Hat's cape is ripped. That happened during the show? That's odd. Almost looks like it was slashed with a blade. How in the world did that happen? Who tried to kill Mr. Hat? Oh, I see that you're trying to take this all in stride, and I respect that. But seriously, you're trembling like a newborn fawn up here. Oh fuck, what did we decide that I should go with? Get it together, man. I can't help it. We did not go with Arnold voice. I know that. Hey, look, there are cushions attached to the underside. What are you standing way over there for? Come on over and look. You're not gonna try and push me off, are you? Seriously, Apollo? Come on, you'll be fine. Here, do you want me to hold your hand? Yes, actually, if you wouldn't mind. Looks like you're right, and Trucy mentioned something about this, didn't she? And a cushion was supposed to absorb the force of impact when Mr. Hat was pulled up? Wow, that's a big pulley. Say that again. Looks like it's connected to one of the winches down below. The dragon set piece must have been hanging from this. These set pieces look like a rabbit and a moon. Or these set pieces look like a rabbit and a moon. Although they kind of look like they could be a duck and a croissant too. What do they look like to you, Apollo? Grim Reaper and a guy falling to his death. Come on, let's wrap up this investigation before your imagination catches up with you. Looks like Mr. Hat is rigged to the smaller pulley. Let's see, how did it go? After being blown a kiss, Mr. Hat goes wild and... just as he's about to stab the coffin, he gets pulled up to the catwalk. Wow, I did it, but I don't know if you heard that twitch, or that little, not twitch, but that little hitch. And when I said it, I had to stop myself for just a split second to make sure I said the right word. Mr. Hat. I don't. I know Mark Hannity is, but I don't remember that meme. Oh. I'm sorry to disappoint. CJ's like, dude, you have to. I know, there are those memes where it's like, you gotta. You can tell me that you don't think it's funny or whatever, but you have to see it at least. And the smoke screen was to hide his ascent from the audience's view. Well, I think that about does it for the catwalk. Do you think we missed any? Nope. Didn't miss a single thing. We're all done here. Yes, sirree. How many of you, and be honest, read that as siree? I won't judge you, but I am curious. I take it you're ready to go down. Yeah, I think we'd better. I feel a fainting spell coming on. Yeah, that's not good. Oh, brother. You don't need me to hold your hand again, do you? Ooh, that was kind of... But now that you said it, I'm going to read it like that. So fuck you. Siren, because I mean, and that's the reason I brought it up. Like, I've never actually I've heard that word said. I've said that word, but I've never written that word. I can't remember if I've ever seen it written. So when I see it written, it looks like it's like it would be siren, you know, whatever. All done? Pretty much, there's just one thing. What are you doing tomorrow night for dinner? No balls won't do it. No balls won't do it. The door to the understage passage was locked. Any way we can get down there? I think with the dash makes significantly more sense and is less confusing. That place? They locked it up as soon as we police finished our investigation down there. If you want to check it out, you'll have to ask a magician. Well, Trucy's at the detention center, so she can't help us. I guess we'll have to look for somebody else from the show and convince them, like that bunny girl. Okay, and I better get back to my own investigation. See you around. Too bad about the understage area, but at least we learned a few things. Yeah, like one of your greatest fears. Stupid fucker. I wasn't talking about that, but thank you. I meant how all the behind-the-scenes stuff is set up. Let's see. We found out that there are 2 winches backstage. They're connected to really big pulleys. Mr. Hat was rigged for the first winch. And the dragon set piece was attached to the other one. Both of them were used during the show. Right after the body was discovered, the dragon set piece fell to the stage. And in this chaos that ensued, the culprit could have switched the rubber sword with the real one. Like, the best way to prove Trucy's innocence is to identify the real killer. As is every fucking case we ever do. What a complete and utter mess. This is all great, just great. That Wright kid is bush league small potatoes, half-grown has-been. There's somebody on stage. Who it is and what they're doing. Maybe we should go talk to them. I think they're fine. I actually like them. Excuse me, are you connected to the show? What? You got a couple more headaches for me to handle? Or no, okay, I said that wrong. What, you two got a couple more headaches for me to handle? I got my hands full as it is. Hey, I remember this guy. He was just outside. Like 10 minutes ago, wasn't it? Or was this yesterday? Oh no, this was yesterday, okay. That man who was going off at the staff in front of the theater. I ain't never seen you guys before. If I had to guess, I'd say you're not production staff. What's that I spy with my little eye? An attorney's badge. Well, how do you do? I didn't know you fine folks were lawyers. I wonder what voice he's supposed to have. My business card, if you would. Charmed to make your acquaintance, I'm sure. Oh, thank you. So you're from the TV station, I take it? Sharp as a tack you are. I'm the producer of this TV special. All my idea, by the way. I'm Apollo Justice, Trucy Wright's defense attorney. Trucy Wright's... Wow. That is something. Even I'm like, God damn, dude, just bounce your dick out on the floor, why don't you? Jesus Christ. Well, ain't that a kick in the head? How about you open with that tidbit next time, champ? Okay. What happened to Schmoozy Magoo? I'm Roger Redence? Hold the applause and no autographs, kids. I'm on the clock. Apollo, this guy looks really familiar, but I can't quite... Really, kid? Try this on the size. Hang loose, baby. Hang loose, baby. Apollo, it's the ratings Raja from Take Two TV. He's huge, crazy huge, like a real famous producer. For a local channel? Okay. Really? I've never heard of him. Seriously, man? What kind of cave did you crawl up? Roger Reddit's the ratings Raja. Titan of the TV team. TV screen. Still not ringing a bell? You going to see my hit Saturday night talk show at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central? Your talk show on a Saturday at 7 p.m. Nobody's fucking watching that at that time slot. You have to be like late night, like 9, 10, 11. Roger Reddins is Roger Ratings. Okay, so it's Ratings. Okay, that's good to know. No, I can't say that I have. You're blowing my mind, kid. You even know what a TV is? Say it with me. Television. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions about the incident? No. What kind of comeback is that? Throw some backbone, kid. I basically lobbed that one at you. Now hit me with your best barb. Viewers will love it. Come on, you gotta sell it. Sell what? Say something funny for the nice people at home. Go on, hit me with your best shot. My best shot? We're rolling here. Hurry up before they change the channel. Chop, chop. Okay. Here goes. Talk to the hand. Kapow! Will you punch him? Kapow? Really? And why are you pointing all dramatically like we're in court? I don't know. It just seemed like the thing to do. Apollo. Oof, that's going in the cringe reel for sure. I think we can all agree that was a mistake. If I choked any harder, I'd need the Heimlich maneuver. Jesus Christ, dude. I blame myself, really. Should have known better than to waste good film on a nobody. So, you wanted an exclusive or what? Today's magic show was being broadcast live on TV, wasn't it? And you were the producer, right? That's right. A rising magician star versus old school Gregory. It's going to be wild. We were going to have viewers vote for their favorite magicians during the show. Loser would have had a really embarrassing prank done. It was gold, I tell you. Guaranteed ratings. I don't know what just happened, kid. Green just went black. I don't know, it sounds kind of tacky if you ask me. I'm telling you, man, modern viewers eat this stuff up with a spoon, trust me. All we have to do is serve it up nice and hot. Feast for the eyes. Or like junk food for the brain. I mean, that doesn't sound like a bad thing either. That little brat had to go and ruin everything with that accident of hers. Any idea how many times they dragged me over here to prepare for today? I must know this theater pretty well if it came by that often. Oh, that gives me an idea. How about this? Add mindscape of magician murders. Closest comrades, come clean. Tell me, has Shrusi always shown signs of being unhinged? When could you tell she was about ready to snap? This guy's cruising for a bruising, Apollo. As long as you don't get caught on camera. Truth be told, I'm not surprised about the way things turned out. Magicians are pretty much the dregs of society, am I right? What's that supposed to mean? It means exactly what he fucking said it mean, Apollo. What were you doing at the time of the incident? shooting a show in the station's studio. We had a whole bunch of girls in bikinis wrestle each other with the camera. You didn't see the accident as it actually happened? Right? That's why I was shocked when I first got here. Oh, he didn't hear about the accident until he arrived, huh? I'm guessing what you really want to know is whether or not I have an alibi, am I right? My staff at the TV studio can vouch for it. Why not go there and ask them yourself? You can give them my card and they'll let you in. You have an alibi, huh? Good to know. Missions are all a bunch of good-for-nothings, if you ask me. Con artists and thieves is what they are. They trick people and take their money. You, that's a rich pal. I'm not your pal, buddy. Magic tricks aren't the same as con jobs, you know. That's right. The people watching never feel like they've been cheated. Oh my god, a smartphone. Lawyers spout hypocritical nonsense. Big surprise there. Lol. And post. Okay, that's actually pretty fucking funny. Dude spoke his tweet aloud about you, bashing you, and then posted. Did he just post about us in real time? Those Grammys are all criminals. It's in their blood. Trucy Wright ain't no different. That girl's no good. May look all sweet and innocent, but she's a stone cold killer. Don't you dare talk about Trucy like that. You don't know the first thing about her. You won't find a sweeter, hardworking girl anywhere, period. That includes me. She's got the wool pulled over your eyes, I see. What in the world are you talking about? You'll see, I'll dig up the dirt and expose the dark heart behind that sweet smile. I'll prove those Grammys magicians are all a bunch of lowlifes. Well, I mean, do you have a grudge against Trucy, or maybe against all of True Grammar? TV is a window to the truth. It's not like that magic stuff or the streetwise charlatans that perform it. It's a shame. Crying shame, I tell you. What was supposed to be a fun, light-hearted program turned into this sorry affair. I'll have to sell it to news outlets all over the world if I'm going to make my money back. X is what you press to blow. And both of you made the joke at the same time. Bravo, both of you. Bravo. Bravo, both of you. What's an X? I mean, how many people actually call it X? Trucy Wright will make her debut, all right? Debut. Trucy Wright will make her debut. Oh. Right. Now I can't get it out of my head. Trucy Wright will make her debut tonight. Trucy Wright will make her come. Now I'm just adding other words. Trucy Wright will make her debut, all right. Not as a magician, but as a criminal. I was gonna say comedy debut, but like what? The problem I have with the idea of it not being adapting is that there are people out there who simply don't care enough. I don't use Twitter anymore. I haven't for years at this point. I don't care to call it anything else because I don't care about it in general. So I just use the word that I'm most associated with. If I can piss off Elon Musk fanboys while we're at it, then woo! What? It's my duty to report it. Can't let a tragedy like this happen again now, can I? Even if she gets off somehow, I'll make sure she'll never walk the streets. We won't let that happen. We won't let you do that to her. We're going to prove her innocence in court. Acting all high and mighty, you're just another money grubber, says the guy who's literally waving a fan of money. I know how you lawyers do things. You'll stop at nothing to win. I beg your pardon? You win your trials, you get fat and stacks, right? Is money really all you care about? Okay. This is our first night. Here's some insight for you. For most criminal attorneys, at least the ones that I know, criminal work is not done on a contingency fee. Contingency fee. What we get paid is contingent, or if we get paid, is contingent on the outcome of the case. So what you'll see in a lot of personal injury cases is usually I say we. I've never worked personal injury in my life. I've only like done very base level advice as to whether or not they have a case and should bother to go talk to somebody. Anyways, standard for personal injury attorney is about a third. So if you get a settlement or win at trial for an amount of $100,000, the attorneys would as part of their fee. But if they don't win, you're fucked. Or you don't get a settlement of any kind, you're fucked. So, obviously there are some inherent problems with that. But criminal attorneys, on the other hand, you're getting a retainer, and you're probably going to make what you put into it, regardless of whether you win or lose. So, not correct. What's with him, Apollo? Why won't he listen? But enough about you. I'm all about going after Trucy now. I won't stop until she's behind bars. That's how we in the media dish out justice. Before you even get to court, my expose is going to take you down. I don't know if I have anything to say about it. We gotta get back to the station. Hang loose, baby. It looks like the prosecution won't be our only opponent this time. But no way are we gonna let that guy have his way either. That's right. Okay, we're done with this stage. Let's go someplace else. Fucking fuming. Still wish we could check out the best. But what else can we investigate right now? All that's left to check out is that understage passage. We'll have to try to get one of the staff members to unlock the door. Someone just came into the dressing room. What a coinky-dink. What fucking voice did I don't even remember what voice I gave her. I'm assuming this is Bunny Girl. It was not Arnold, no. So let's just get that one out of the way. I know it wasn't Arnold because I would never. Yeah, I don't, because there was only like a few lines. The cute and bouncy? I don't think I can do cute and bouncy. Oh, nope, that's not the pitch. Oh, it's you people again. You came back. That's all right. Huh? I saw you, you know. Oh, wow. What was that? Sometimes your voice does things, you're like, I have no idea what that was. Oh, it's you, the bunny assistant from the show, right?
But, yes, that's right. My name is Bonnie DeFan.
I remember her talking to us earlier. How somebody was about to die.
I think I might have done something like... but that's too quiet and gonna be kind of hard to pick up.
That's a pretty strange things then.
I saw you take it. You took something from our dressing room.
Oh, Bonnie, the teleportation trick you did was amazing, fantastic.
Oh, thank you. But what you did, stealing is...
What other kind of magic tricks can you do?
Me? Oh, about this.
Splendido! I think Bonnie's trying to say something to us. Yeah, she is. It's not like I'm actively trying to distract her or anything from, noticing that we stole something, but, not every one of us is smart enough to catch on, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Thief.
Thief?
I saw you. I saw that you took that notebook. Please don't take things from our dressing room.
That's too Valley Girl. That's what I was worried about getting into. Huh?
Oh, it's true what they say. Thieves really do return to the scene of the crime, don't they?
Thieves? I thought it was just arsonists in real life. Guess that means she really saw us, huh? Bet this looks pretty bad.
Return what you stole right now, I won't call the police.
Oh boy. Got it all wrong. We're Trucy's lawyers. She asked us to bring the notebook to her.
Oh, I'm sorry I called you thieves.
If you really thought we were thieves, why were you still doing magic tricks for us?
Can't help it. Whenever anybody asks, I just can't bring myself to refuse.
That means she's a real people person, or that she aims to please a little too hard? Maybe she just loves to do it, because she has fun doing it. In that case, can you tell us the secret to your teleportation trick?
Well, I don't know if I should.
Ow. I'll keep up the pressure, she might just tell us. I've been dying to know. Leave the poor girl alone.
You investigating the case?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm Trucy's biggest fan. I just love her to bits. I'll do anything to help her.
We appreciate that. In that case, would you mind if we asked you a few questions? You're a magician, right, Bonnie? No. I'm not sure. This is another contender for most useless fucking line. And maybe it's just his character. Like, maybe this is purposeful. I feel like Phoenix wasn't so, like, obviously, like, yes, Phoenix. Of course she's a fucking magician. She just did a bunch of magic tricks for you. Oh my god. Why can't you ask, like, oh, so how long have you been a magician, Bonnie? Instead of, you're a magician, right? Okay, it's something you would ask if A, you saw her in the magician show, B, saw her perform several tricks right in front of your face, and C, dresses like that. You would still ask that? I mean, I guess if it's just out of being nervous, but like at this point, Apollo shouldn't still be nervous about shit like this. He's done enough. Yeah,
I'm actually just, I'm an intern magician. That's right, my specialties are teleportation and this little trick right here. Huh? Where's the rabbit? That's my smoke trick. All I do is just make smoke appear. Worked like a charm. Looks like Mr. Bunny's in a bad mood right now.
That she messed up. And you're a big fan of Trucy's, right?
Oh yes, I look up to her more than anyone else in the world.
What about her makes you respect her so much?
Just incredible. Not only is she extremely talented, but she's so cool under pressure and always manages to keep a smile on her face. In spite of all that talent, she still works harder than anybody I know. You couldn't ask for more out of a magician.
Forget it, and I'll forget next time. Sensing a shift into hyper fangirl drive.
I love the unique way she does her tricks and how I especially love her magic panties trick, which is both cute and comic. I'd gone to her shows to see her.
Oh, that threw me off. I was gonna try to say as much as I could, and then she fucked up.
And that's why I think Trucy is top class, a real first-rate magician.
See, I think we have a pretty good idea of how much you adore her now.
Oh, was I talking too much? I'm so sorry.
Better be careful about when and how I ask her about Trucy.
Anyway, that's why I'll do anything at all to help Trucy. Oh, Mr. Lawyer, you just have to prove her innocence.
Let it go? No. There are a lot of things I harp on where it's like, Twain, you're being a fucking pedant. I was going to combine pedantic and prick to a pedantic. I think that's what my mind is. Wait, you're being pedantic. Like, fucking move on, dude. None of that fucking matters. In some situations, you're right. Not with the magic panties. No. No. That will always be the worst. I don't remember that at all. Oh, dear. Yeah, that's what I was saying, CJ. Like, I feel like you could rephrase that really easily, and it still have basically meant the same thing without it being so stupid. I don't remember that at all. I also repressed that. Holy shit. God, Old Bag's the worst. She's dead, right? We're hoping that she's dead at this point. Don't worry, I plan to do just that. So you can see that she has people like Bonnie in her corner rooting for her. I'm pretty sure she's got a blade in that candy cane. You were in the magic show, right?
That's right, I take it you saw my teleportation trick? Yes, it was just wonderful. You moved from one place to another in the blink of an eye. I admit it was pretty amazing. I have no idea how you transported yourself over such a distance in just a split second. It must be so fun to be able to do a trick like that. Teleportation looks so cool. Like a superpower or something. Not that I would have a superpower of any type. So I guess it's more super tech. But still. And my trick is turning some heads in the magic world right now. They're calling it new miraculous magic. Some even say it's the real deal.
Magic, huh? There must be an explanation, but it sure does look real. I just have to figure that trick out. I want to do it myself. One trick I've always wanted to do myself is the fireball. But after looking into it, I'm not sure I could handle it. Because that's still heat. And I'm not sure how my skin's sensitive.
You'll never figure it out. I always perform it perfectly.
Huh. Well, it sounds to me like you're a big fat liar. It's feeling of deception. X to blow. You'll never figure it out. Oh, nope, that's not what I meant to do. Oh, fuck. I can skip, right? Like, I don't have to go through the...
Gotcha!
Oh, that... Fuck, god damn it! Why can't... I've forgotten how to play this game. I have completely forgotten how to play this game. Alright, we'll just sit here and wait, I guess. Well, we saw that his staring works, so... It's gonna be the last part. Oh. That is... disturbing.
Gotcha!
Bonnie, when you said perform it perfectly, we've determined that to be a lie. There's some shit under your hat that has red eyes. It looks like a demon. I even caught a glimpse of the little rabbit hiding underneath. Oh, you really performed the teleportation trick perfectly this time.
Of course, I definitely got that part right.
What do you mean, that part? Oops! Wait a minute! How many times are we going to say that tonight? Pick the wrong career. Are you saying that you... Did you maybe make a mistake during the switching of the swords?
I wasn't involved at that part, so how can I make a mistake? Not even I could mess if I was simply watching.
If you were simply watching?
Oh! I never make any mistakes under no circumstances, that's what I meant.
Pretty flustered just now. I bet you did make a mistake somewhere. Wait a minute! I might have performed the teleportation trick flawlessly, but what about Trucy's escape trick after that? Did you make some kind of mistake during that?
Oh,
well, did you?
You see...
Did you or didn't you?
I did. You're absolutely right, Mr. Lawyer. I made a mistake during Trucy's escape trick. Sorry I lied.
Like I pulled off a magic trick of my own just trying to get that out of her. Yeah, wait, what? You're a magician, right? Fucking. So you made a mistake during Trucy's escape trick. Well, that's the thing. I don't actually think it is hyper-perception. I think it's regular well, it's above average perception. Like things anyone who has good eyesight and pays attention to their surroundings would notice. I would like to think many of us would notice that her hat, when she started saying words, went, "Bleh," and there were red eyes popping around. So you made a mistake. Captain America. So you made a mistake during Trucy's escape trick.
Yes, I was in charge of operating Mr. Hat, you see. But I made a huge goof. So, did Trucy explain to you how the escape trick works?
Yes, she knew we'd need to know for our investigation, so she shared the secret. Let's see, after Trucy escaped from the coffin down into the understage passage, her hat
Mr. Hat was to be pulled up to the catwalk by a winch. Lucy would then pop up on stage through a trapdoor. See, it's not that I don't doubt that there's supposed to be some extraordinary aspect to it. I just don't think the game actually, the way we use the ability isn't anything extraordinary. I can't think of, I mean, and maybe there was and I'm just not remembering what it was. I can't think of one perception that I thought of, like, I don't think anybody would have been able to see that. Like, there's a difference between the game tells you something, you're like, okay, so it's supposed to be this extraordinary ability, but then actually making it seem extraordinary in its practice. I was operating Mr. Hat at the time, but I flubbed up where I was supposed to have him stand. I was supposed to make Mr. Hat stand to the left of the coffin. I messed up and had him stand to the right by accident. That matches up with what we saw during the show. Huh? But then, doesn't that mean Lucy would have ended up popping out of the opposite side opposite to Mr. Hat? Yes, she would have if she hadn't done some quick thinking on her feet. Managed to pop up on the right side for the coffin for me, so the audience never even knew a mistake had been made. Way to go, Trucy. But my mistake caused her so much trouble. I think I'd better ask Trucy about this thing. Oh, by the way, we'd like to... Oh, God, I need to pay attention to names. Oh, by the way, we'd like to investigate the understage passage. Would that be all right? Oh, yes, by all means. Anything to help prove Trucy's innocence. I'll unlock it for you. Hey, there you are. You got a minute? Oh, Mr. Raidens. Yes, of course. Not you, Bunny. The lawyers. They're the ones I want to see. You have business with us? I hear you two are from the same agency as Trucy. Is that true? Yes, that's right. This is for you then. Hang loose, baby. Contract between Take-Two TV, the first party, and Trucy Wright, the second party. If, through the faults of the second party, the show must be canceled in part or in full, second party will pay $3 million as compensation to the first party. $3 million? That's more like it. That shocked reaction, that dopey expression. Comedian. Okay. So, let's talk about all the issues that just brought up. First things first, Trucy is a minor. Depending on state law, they might, when you're 17, things can be a little different, but in most cases, if you're under the age of 18, you cannot legally sign anything that's enforceable. You can sign the contract, but if you were to take it to court, they'd be like, you did it with a minor. You weren't supposed to do that. The contract's invalid. So, that's problem number one. Problem number two. Let's say that wasn't an issue. You got Phoenix's permission as her legal father. Blah 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 blah. It still would not be the agency that would be sued. Because they didn't sign it as the agency, they signed it as a person. So, I mean, you could do things to get, like, they could do things to, like, for example, if you owe somebody money and you can't pay them, they might put what's called a lien on your property, on your house, on your car, whatever. So they are taking, like,
portion of that value are saying, we have access to this because you have failed to pay us whatever you owe us. So that is a whole nother deal. So going to Apollo and Athena about this, people that are only agents of the agency, not of Trucy herself. Well, she's of Trucy the person as an attorney, but not from a business liability perspective, is stupid and something this man would certainly know doesn't mean anything. So again, I don't care what it is in Japan. You guys don't come to me to hear about, well, what is it in Japan? I don't care. I'm not in Japan. Want to know how it is based on Japanese law? Go watch a Japanese Let's Player. Talk about it, because they'll know better than I do. I'm here to talk about what's it like in the American system. That would be problematic. I don't really care whether or not within the context of the game it's correct. Because, I mean, even without Japanese system, American system, whatever, the game, the whole area has its own set of laws and rules that it goes by. So it's not that I say these things to criticize the storytelling of the game. It's simply, what is this legal issue? Is this a legal issue that could be problematic, and why? So I know people say that all, like, I don't care what it is in Japan for that reason. Like, I don't know. I guess it bothers me that people feel the need to bring it up like I don't know that. I know that. I just don't care. That's not why people come to me for it. Right, and why would you come to me if I didn't provide some sort of real world insight? But I just want to make it clear that I'm not, when I talk about these things, it's more of like a, there are some cases where if I think it's actually hurting the storytelling of the game, I'll bring that up. But like in this circumstance, I'm not saying this is bullshit that the game is doing this. The game has its own fucking laws or whatever. But if this were the case in the United States, yeah, there'd be some problems there. That makes sense? Distinguishing between critiquing how that would work if applied here versus actually critiquing it as a part of the story. Because I don't want to be unfair to the story either. If you set up your own universe with your own laws and stuff, and you're staying consistent with those laws, no matter how stupid they might seem to us, that's fine. Then you're doing your storytelling correctly. Right, exactly. It's only a problem if the storytelling, it's inconsistent within the universe itself. Okay, so you said you didn't hear his last. That whole last thing, or just the you'd make a great comedian? Which, yeah, it does. And I will criticize it for that. It might not seem obvious, to be fair, to some people if I'm, like, they might assume that I'm also criticizing the game. That's not the case. You'd make a great comedian. Really? I know. I'll put you on my show. We'll get one of those cartoon anvils to fall on your head. It's hard because when I'm doing his voice, it's like I can't get volume to it. Or it's more difficult to get volume to it. It's because of the way that I'm talking. Wait a minute. Is this for one of those hidden camera prank shows? Like, punk? You wish. That's an official contract. See for yourselves. You're the lawyers, after all. You should know one when you see one, right? I've seen many contracts. Doesn't mean they're all valid. He's right. It's all signed and everything. You better make sure your agency pays what Trucy owes me in full. Though, because this is interesting, did Trucy signed on her own, but could it be argued that it's within her duties of the anything agency, which then she could use as a part of, depending on what her employment contract would say, which I'm sure there isn't one of those, something that's called indemnification. Indemnification is basically like, if somebody comes after me, you will help take care of whatever the liability is. And so in a situation like that, it's possible, if you can, again, you have to link the actions. If she's just acting on her own, then the agency wouldn't have any responsibility. But if there were an employment contract and it wasn't an indemnification clause, did do it as with the agency, then that's different. That is different. Bill YouTube my hourly rate. Are you kidding me? The Wright Anything Agency doesn't have that kind of money. Then I guess you're gonna have to go fishing for some. See it now, craziest catch legend of the seasick lawyers. Fishing on the high seas? No thanks. I can't even swim. Objection! What kind of ridiculous, low-down, unfair, one-sided contract is this? There's another way in which the contract could be, especially even in a situation where let's say the law in a particular jurisdiction was, if they're 17, there are ways in which there are exceptions in which they can actually sign on their behalf, on their own behalf. There is a and there's also safeguards against doing something that's so against reason that it's not enforceable. I was trying to look up. I was trying to see if this is. I think it's common law. Sometimes I don't remember like if it's actually based in like this. This has to be called unconscionability. Unconscionable that somebody would do something like this. Pretty sure this is common law. A lot of these places have actual case law behind it, so maybe it's just something where that's always an interesting situation where it's something where it's like it's in common law, but it's not. But because of how, like, you know it's a thing, and so you establish case law behind it. So, notarization wouldn't actually, okay, so let me preface this. From what I understand, notarization in the United States can be seen as completely different from notarization in other places. In the United States, notarization, it can help reinforce validity, but only so far as validity in that this person definitely agreed to this. Not to whether or not the contract itself is valid. So, even in a situation where you got that notarized here, if it's considered unconscionable, that notarization isn't really going to help. So, fulfilling the terms are reasonable. What do you mean? In terms of, like, it would create undue hardship to fulfill the contract? I mean, unconscionable is a very strong thing, because it's like, no one would ever fucking do that. And, like, the only reason that it happened is because you were able to exert some sort of influence over this person in order to get these outrageous... it has to be outrageous terms. In a lot of circumstances, though, a contract's still valid as long as there was an offer accepted. Consideration is... This is what causes all contract attorneys headaches. What constitutes consideration. If there's a situation where it's, you know, there was consideration and it might be a pain in the ass for you to do, but you have to do it, then you do it. But, so, we're also then talking about something called specific performance. Specific performance is you have to fulfill the contract by the terms in which you agreed to. So you say you are going to do something, you have to do that. Specific performance, if it's unreasonable and it can't be done without like some insane, you know, whatever, then they won't order specific performance. You'll have to like monetarily pay for your breach of contract, but you won't necessarily have to specifically perform what you agreed to do. So you have responsibility, but you might not have to do exactly what it said that you have to do, but you'll have to make it up some other way. So, but they won't throw out the contract just because specific performance would be unreasonable. Again, they would just go and say, well, we'll have to pay a monetary. We'll have to figure out what the damages are monetarily for you not being able to perform what you agreed to. But again, you can get to a point where they're like, the contract was in the first place was unconscionable, and that reason we are throwing it out. But again, the problem is that it's so... Unconscionable is a very strong word, right? Like, how can you determine something is unconscionable? So it's difficult to rely on something like... I don't know if they'd find this unconscionable, to be completely honest. $3 million, I mean, seems like a very high amount. But I don't know, like, what the revenue is. Like, there are a lot of factors as to whether or not that's actually a lot of money for the agreement itself. The biggest thing is she's so young. What kind of punishment is that to put on somebody that young? But again, that doesn't guarantee anything. Oh, contract law is super fascinating. Partly because there are so many things that are like, well, this can happen, this can happen, this can happen. And not even all the things are like settled in terms of like where the line is, or as we call a bright line. A lot of things there aren't bright lines. And so that's when lawyering becomes interesting, because that's when we get to argue our point of view, right? If there's a bright line, it's very hard to argue against a bright line. It's a bright line for a reason. But when it's all gray, that's what we get paid for. Well, contract law. Hey now, there's nothing ridiculous here. It's all perfectly legit. It's got her signature on it. See? That is not the only determining factor, as we just discussed, as to be considered legit. Unless their laws are just like, hey, if you agree to something, you're fucked. Which, I mean, it could be, I guess. My boys have got to see the stupid look on your faces. It's priceless. And post. I'm getting responses already. It's gonna go viral. No! How could he? Bye-bye reputation. You ain't seen nothing yet, baby. I'm gonna drive Troop Grammary and everybody else associated with it into the ground. Serves you right for getting involved with the Grammaries. What's this grudge you have against the Grammaries anyway? Huh? What are you talking about? Stress is making you paranoid, champ. Come on, Bonnie, we have more filming to do.
Yes, sir. Excuse me, Mr. Lawyer. Oh, and I'll unlock the door to the understage passage for you later.
Later, lawyers, hang loose, baby. Oh, yes, that's true. Like, I would totally expect him to be like, see, this is legit. It's just that, from Apollo's perspective, you have to be like, is it though? Is it? Because, like, Apollo, as an attorney, should know better than to just take it at face value. There are a lot of other things that could be a part of the contract that are also invalid that could make the whole thing invalid. Which can definitely happen if there's not a severability clause in it. Please make sure you have that severability. Why would Trucy sign a contract like this? Why did all this have to happen when Mr. Wright isn't here? We'll have to come back. We'll have to come back for the understage later. Let's go hear Trucy's side of the story. Good thinking. We can't let you hit the high seas just yet. Bad faith argument. You mean from the way he's presenting it? Because, I mean, that would be difficult. That'd be very difficult to prove. He could, in his fucked up mind, think that it's correct, and he's simply trying to enforce his contract that he believes is valid. Bad faith would have to be like, he knows it's garbage. And he's still attempting to prove that it's correct, even though he's absolutely aware that it is not at all valid. Must be something we can do. We can't let the ratings Raja get his way.
Three, two, one, ta-da!
Wow, now you made my handcuffs disappear. How'd you do that? Doing magic tricks for the guard?
Now, should I try making you disappear next, Mr. Guard?
Can you do that? Oh, yes, please. This is so exciting. I've been wanting to leave this room for over 10 years. We should probably stop her before there's another incident. Trucy!
Oh, hi, Polly. Hi, Athena.
We have some more questions for you.
Judging by the look on your faces, it must be about something big.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Things have gotten a little sticky. I have to remember to give her that thing she asked for, too. Let's just give that to her right away. Here you go, Trucy. Here's your notebook back.
Oh, great. Thank you very much.
What's written in there anyway? Looks like it's full of secrets or something.
Secrets? That's because it is. It was originally my granddaddy McNiffy Grammary's notebook. Used it like a diary and as a Used it like a diary and as a place to jot down ideas for new magic tricks. Some of which only members of Troop Grammary have ever laid eyes on.
Wow, this notebook is a really big deal then.
Yes, that's why it's always kept under lock and key. This key that I always have on me and only me.
I bet a magician would do just about anything to get their hands on that notebook. Found it mixed in with Mr. Rias's belongings. They have been trying to steal it.
The Troop Grammary Creed is also written inside. A true entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. That creed was passed down to me from my daddy, and his daddy passed it down to him.
That Trucy always keeps a smile on her face. I guess it's due in part to her family creed. Trucy, I want to talk to you about where we found this notebook. Found this notebook mixed in with Mr. Rias's belongings.
What?
You think he might have been trying to steal it?
No way! I can't believe it! The great Mr. Rias would never do any such thing!
Would it be so far-fetched if he was after Troop Grammary's secret tricks? Makes for a pretty compelling motive to take the notebook. Lucy, do you remember this contract?
Yes, I signed it before I went on stage.
What about this liability for compensation article here?
Liability for compensation? What are you talking about? Let me see that. What? $3 million?
Just as I expected, she didn't know about that part. You a fucking lawyer's kid and you don't read the contract? Or that. Could be that he just kind of snuck it in there.
I've never seen this article. I read the whole contract from top to bottom.
Do you have a copy? Did you have them give you a copy? Because that would be very useful right now. Yeah, I didn't think you'd miss such a big thing. Such, your dad being Phoenix Wright. But here's your signature, so what's going on?
Maybe there was some kind of trick involved? Like when I signed it.
In other words, you think there might be some foul play afoot? I'm willing to bet that the ratings Raja is the one behind it. That would be fraud. Yeah, you're right. There are no fucking copies in this world. What was I... Never copies. What was the... It was 1-4, right? Where it's like, just copy it. Or maybe it wasn't 1-4. It's like you could have made a copy and instead the person, the antagonist was able to just take it and run. And now you don't have it anymore. Like, you're fucking moron. Oh. God. And I think, was I talking about that too? Like, dude, make a copy. Dude, make a copy. Make sure you have a copy, because if someone were to, I don't know, take it from us, that would be a problem. That's the psych report. I think that's what I was thinking of, because that happened more recently. Ani told us about the mistake she made on stage.
Oh, you mean where Mr. Hat had been placed? Even I was at a loss about what to do for a second there. Only a second though, and then I figured it out because I'm a genius.
How'd you fix the problem?
Well, I was down in the understage passage when I found out. I had to work my butt off to fix it, let me tell you. After I escaped from the coffin and went down into the understage passage, I got a signal from Bonnie saying she made a mistake with Mr. Hat's positioning.
Drive 2. They showed the blackmail letter? That also sounds incredibly silly without having made a copy of the blackmail letter. We have this! And they're just like, wink! Now you don't. So, you're gonna tell the judge there was a letter, but you can't produce it? I don't remember that one either.
No joke, I was freaking out. After all, I had to be back up on stage in a few short minutes. Magical girl
now Trucy's a magical girl. Okay.
Magical girl Trucy Wright was faced with an unprecedented crisis beneath the stage. How would this spell the end for Trucy and Grammary Land?
Okay. Red White going up into that office and confronting him was actually kind of baller. Going up against Dee Vasquez and confronting her and her mobster family, not so much. That one was stupid. Thank God for Gumshoe. And Von Karma, yeah, that was fucking...
And then what happened?
Nina's totally hooked. I'm not sure it was... Okay, so... My memory on what exactly happened is fuzzy, but... Part of... I have to imagine part of that is because he's an actual cop. And there are some, like, places, some organization, criminal organizations, gangs, whatever, they won't touch a cop. They see that and they just go, like, that's not worth it. That instantly spells doom. Some people don't give a fuck, but others will. Like, for those of you that have seen, or heard about the story around American Gangster, that Denzel Washington movie, how did he fuck himself after all the shit he had gotten away with? He got in his chest, in his feelings, and went and fucked with a cop. All he had to do was not do that, and he probably at least would have gotten away with it for longer, but that's how he fucked himself.
I was supposed to get back up to the stage through trapdoor number 1 on the left, using a platform that can be raised and lowered called the stage lift. There was a stage lift ready and waiting in the lowered position under trapdoor number 1. But Mr. Hat had been placed on the right above trapdoor number 2 by mistake. There's already another stage lift underneath trapdoor 2, but it was in the raised position since we hadn't been planned on using it.
Okay, so how did you get back up onto the stage?
Through brute strength.
Wow.
I couldn't lower stage lift number 2 by myself, so I pushed it back and out of the way. Then I moved the lowered stage lift number 1 into place underneath trapdoor number 2.
Oh, they're on little carts. Okay.
This thing is heavy. I wish I could have moved it with magic. Unfortunately, my magic is useless under the stage. The understage is a dark abyss that drains magicians of all their powers.
I can see why it's called the Abyss. I never knew it could take so much out of you.
That's just how it goes in the real world. Illusions are created by the blood, sweat, and tears of those behind the scenes. Wow, I learned so much just now.
Lucy, have you told anybody else about all this?
Nope, nobody.
Sounds like some critical information. I'd better make a note of it in my notes.
In any case, we better focus.
Oh, in any case, we better focus on doing something about this contract for now. Lucy signed it in her dressing room, right? We better do a little more investigating there.
I'm so sorry to put the two of you through all this.
Don't worry, we'll get to the bottom of this. There's got to be some kind of mistake.
If you need me to, I'm willing to take drastic measures.
That was a jump scare. That was a legitimate jump scare. Okay. That's actually really funny, JB. Because your comment's right under Trep's. Trep's like, panties are my favorite character. And JB's like, that's Trep's waifu for you. And you would think, based on that context, that Trep's waifu are the panties. As opposed to Trucy. So adorable, and this trick is just so stupid and pervy and just no. Okay. With my magic. You're not planning on pulling some magic money out of there, are you?
We had to bribe everybody. No shit. No, my magic panties are much better at making things disappear than appear.
Do I want to know what she's planning to make disappear? No! The attorney, we do not want to know that.
Apollo, we have to do something, anything to fix this.
I agree. Let's check out the dressing room again for starters.
Okay, we should finally check out that understage passage, too. The abyss? Then you'll have to go through the backstage area. Be careful down there.
Well, we don't have to worry about our fucking magical powers getting... Okay, this is where Trucy signed that contract. Oh, she signed it. Didn't she sign it, like, in front of us? I forgot about that.
Right, and there must have been some kind of trick that was used when she signed it. The question is what kind of trick and how it was done.
Yeah, it's called... Here, look. Pretend this other page that's actually sandwiched in between these two is not actually there. Always keep a copy of the original one that's signed right there in front of you. Make that copy. Keep it. If some kind of object or tool was used, there still may be a trace of it somewhere. Like with the pen or the paper. Well, it's time to find the secret to that trick. Wait, you guys told me what is this word? Words? I guess
Auf geht's.
Let's do this. Huh? Hey, take a look at this clipboard. It means I've guessed. Hope this helps. Oh, nice. Awesome. I feel good about myself. Oh, let's go in German? That's a fun phrase. Huh? Take a look at this clipboard. She has said it before, right? Oh, such an Asuka phrase. Probably. It does seem like she would have said it at some point. Cause a lot of the German phrases she used are like those common just like little common sayings as opposed to like, well, I guess there was that one scene where she was when they first got into Unit 2 and she did her whole thing. But I think that was the only time that she went like long with the German, right? Which was always a really awkward scene in the dub because they'd be talking in English and she was like, all the noise in your head, you're thinking in Japanese, and then she's like, all right, change language to Japanese, and then she's just still talking in English, and it's like, okay, that's just immersion breaking. I guess I'll just have to go to sub for this part. Man. Current flaw dubs. Isn't this the clipboard Trucy used when she signed the contract? I think you're right. Let's give it the once over. It looks like it pops out. Let's try opening the folder. Oh, because it's a folder clipboard. Okay. All right, here, holds the papers in. It's not a stupid one. It's not a stupid one. I think, generally speaking, not everybody, especially if you're a kid, you might not know. You might not know what that is. But as somebody who's seen countless ones, it's like, it's just that holds the paper in place. Well, yeah, no shit. But again, yeah, I know, not. Especially if you're younger and you're playing this game, you might never have seen the clipboard before. This part here holds the papers in place. Holds papers in place, not the papers. It could be any papers. Did this clip have something to do with how they conjure? Ow, it bit me! Only you could get hurt by a clipboard, Athena. This screw won't budge. I don't think even your crazy strength could budge it. Crazy strength? What kind of thing is that to say to a delicate young lady? I don't see you denying it either. We need a screwdriver. Just a screw. Okay, then why are we even bothering? Yeah, because like even if you go back like 20 years, like clipboards still weren't even used that often at that point. You'd probably have to go back to the 90s to see like consistent use of it in law firms. It's just a screw. That observation won't get you any laughs. What? Do I have to make with the funny all the time? Just a screw. Ooh, there's a different screw. One kind of resembles a Phillips head, but it isn't. Hey, this screw is different from the others. Not only that, but I think it's loose. Look, I can move it. You sure you should be fooling with it like that, Apollo? Not part of this fucking crime scene. Whoa, it came right out. Yeah, I tried to tell you, but would you listen? No. Hey, take a look through the hole, Athena. I think there's something back there. Wow, you're right. What is it? Hey, look, the back panel's loose. I think I can take it off. Got it. Just breaking things left and right today, aren't you? Look, there's something inside. This black sheet of, I want to say, paper? Oh, I know, it's carbon paper. Put it in between two pieces of paper and it copies what you want, what you write on. You put it between two pieces of paper and it copies what you write onto the bottom one. Sign the contract. There was actually another contract underneath. Wait a second. That contract literally just one page? It's literally just... No wonder it would have been hard for her to miss it. It's a one-page contract. And her signature on the top contract got copied onto the hidden contract. So that's how Trucy was conned. Well, the thing is that this trick doesn't work if it's any more than a one-page contract. And yes, actually, personally, I would love a 40-page contract. You have no idea how much I enjoy reading contracts. Does anybody else in the world want a 40-page contract? No. Your thoughts, Yenfei? And not... One-page contracts can be valid. Don't get me wrong. That's, would there be a one-page contract between this, like, hugely successful production company and a performer that it's contracted with? No. That's not realistic. But it's not like a contract would be considered invalid because it's only one page. I am a crazy person. I don't dispute that. I mean, I think it's just, I'm not sure, like, it's a matter of being shortened or whatever. This is literally just what the contract says. They shortened it for two reasons. One is the fact that they could put everything they needed to onto one page. That she would have to sign on that one page. That you could put the other page underneath. If it's a multi-page contract, that becomes a little more, it's not as clean, potentially, in trying to slide something in. You could still always do the last page, but then you're still putting carbon paper in. It makes it a little more difficult. That, and no person that's playing this game, other than crazy people, want to read more than a page anyways. So, totally get it. That just shows you the way I think about things. I did not even consider in my head for a second that it was only a one-page contract. I just assumed they made it so that was the only stuff that matters. But that's another issue. If you're doing it, I guess one of the problems I have is I don't understand how they have the carbon paper. You have to have the carbon paper underneath the other sheets of paper, don't you? Or am I not understanding how that works? Because they have the carbon paper in this compartment where you put the other sheet of paper underneath it. But, well, I guess what you could do is you'd have another thing in there. Because the length has to be exactly the same. So either it'd just be there'd be a blank spot, but you'd still have her sign between underneath the blank spot. That would look really suspicious. Or you could have something else in that spot just to fill up the space, but that's not actually what your copy is. But is it that it looked like they had the carbon paper and the other sheet in the compartment? Because if they had it right under the sheet that she signed, but she looked through the contract, she didn't check what was behind it. I mean, I guess because you might not everybody. If you know it's a piece of carbon paper, then maybe you don't even bother because you think that it's just going to be like your copy. But that would be weird. Just a bit of an inconsistency. Oh, I looked at everything except for the two pieces of paper that were right after that one. Have I seen this scam before? No. I've seen people try to alter something and then present it as though it wasn't the altered version. Because, you know, like, if they had, like, a copy of the Word doc or something like that, and they made a change somewhere, and then, like, just printed that page out and put it, like, oh, this is what it says. It's like, no, that's, you just committed a little bit of fraud there. The clipboard is just very thin, so the signature is able to imprint on the paper inside. Okay. So in that, if that's the case, then having extra pages wouldn't matter. That's a very thin clipboard. Wow. That, Scott, was actually one thing I was thinking about. This, if you've ever seen a carbon signature before, it does not look like that. It looks faded. You can tell it's a carbon signature. Unless she signed it like hard. Are paper contracts still used? Yeah. Yep, they're still used. There are, well, like, just take my situation, for example. We can do electronic, you can do electronic contracts, but some people don't know how to use the technology because they're old. They just don't understand. So they can come in and sign it by paper, and that's fine too. Nothing wrong with that. So I guess maybe that's the bigger problem. Not just, I mean, her signature is a little lighter than his is like, but I guess he signed his normally, right? But that would look even weirder to have your normal ass signature that you wrote right directly on that paper and then a carbon signature underneath it. It's not a big deal. It's, you know, whatever. Just that's generally not how good a carbon signature would look. Because like we have them with receipts all the time. So like I see my signature at like a carbon version of my signature pretty much on a daily basis. And it does not look as good as whatever the top signature was. I don't know the answer to that question, Scott. Some people, like, okay, so there are some circumstances where they may demand wet ink signatures. Bankruptcy court will do that, or they'll at least demand that we at our office have an original wet signature for whatever copy that we provided them. So, yeah, I mean, and if that's the bank wants, they can demand it. It's fucking irritating, and it's like, but yes, you can demand that the signature be an original ink signature. And there's no law against that. The person can just be like, okay, well then I'm not doing whatever. And then that's it. And you just lost the contract because you demanded that it be a wet original signature. I'm trying to think of the last contract I signed digitally. Oh, not that this was the last one, but my fucking mortgage contract. That's a pretty substantial contract. And they're just like, yeah, bro, it's just electronic signature is fine. But then the bank to open an account's like, we need your original wet signature. Demand all signatures written with quills. Yes. Yes. Let's fucking do it. interesting signature discussion. I'll move on. Like I said, it's not really. I get what they're going for, so it's fine. Just interesting from somebody that sees carbon signatures so often. That's what it looks like in this world, because that's really good. Okay, and actually, I will give it credit. I will give it credit that her signature is clearly lighter than his. And I'm not sure if that was done on purpose. If it was, it's a good touch to show that the signatures were not done the same way. So if that is what they were going for, then that was actually good detail to have, even though her signature still would not look that good. This is that ratings Raj is doing. I just know it. How dare he? Gotta hand it to him, though. Couldn't have been easy fooling Trucy. That girl's no slouch. And like, I guess I don't think about things that come up where it's like, it's not necessarily a legal thing, but it is something that happens in the legal world, so it's still interesting enough to talk about, even though somebody might actually encounter it in a different type of scenario. I've gotten to the point now where I'm old enough that there's some shit I'll talk about at work sometimes, like the younger employees. And when I mean younger, I'm talking about like 23, 24. Like, oh wow, really? And I'm just like, I am not old enough to be feeling this old. Oh. Yeah, but I bet we can use this clipboard as evidence if we ever take this to trial? Like the case? Apollo, shouldn't you assume that it's a foregone conclusion at this point that you're going to trial? Because you can't be talking about the clipboard because you're saying we should use the clipboard. So why? Okay, I'll shut up. Now that's me being pedantic. Yeah, but I bet we can use this clipboard as evidence if we ever take this to trial. Really? Implying the fraud would be a different case. Okay, I guess the only reason I think that's weird is because we never talk about civil cases like that. It's only always the criminal stuff. So from a real world perspective, yes, that makes a ton of sense. But like within the context of what I've played these games so far, that would be surprising. Like actual surprising awareness of the fact that there are civil cases that actually exist. That makes sense, though, because I guess why would the signature otherwise be linked to the murder trial? So, from that perspective, yes, it makes sense. It's still just weird, like, oh my god, they're thinking about a civil case. Holy shit. Let's see, we should be able to get to the understage passage from backstage. Hopefully Bonnie unlocked the door for us, just like she said she would. Hey, the door's unlocked. Thank you, Bonnie. Well, Athena, here we go. That's not ominous or anything. Just writing on the wall in black ink that we should be difficult to see anyways because it's the abyss. Sure is dark and dusty down here. I don't know. The lighting seems just fine to me. But maybe that's for the sake of the game, I suppose. Not actually looking that good. The abyss.
the magical underworld. And look, there's a denizen of the abyss now.
Ah! Saw that. Ooh, that noise.
A fearsome beast with long, sharp fangs ready to prey on unsuspecting souls.
Huh? What are you?
Oh, you mean that tiny little rat over there? No, I mean that fearsome beast over there.
Take it you don't like rodents. Oh, she was talking about the rat. Well, Mr. Afraid of Heights, I think we should not judge others. How about that?
I'm gonna make it big someday too. Just you wait and see.
What's that all about? My guess is it's the soulful cry of some poor assistant made to toil here in the darkness.
And who would know about the soulful cry of a bitter assistant better than you, right? You really understand the writer's feelings of despair and frustration. Sadly, yes.
You really shouldn't scribble on the wall, though. On the walls, you know, Paulo. It wasn't me.
Look at all these props. Hey, there's something in this hat. Now I cannot say the word hat. I can't. Her hat has just South Park has just a dove, cards, a juice box, and some snacks.
Like somebody planned to have a little treat in the middle of the show.
This sword is the exact same design as this murder weapon. Wait, what's this? Yeah!
Ow! What are you doing? That hurts! I think I'm bleeding out! Yeah, okay.
Oh, stop being such a drama queen. It's only rubber.
Yeah, but it still did probably 3 hit points worth of damage. It's not insignificant if you only have 19 total. God, that's such a fucking geek thing to say. I remember doing that thought exercise once. My friends,
how many hit points do you think you have?
Along with, what do you think your power level is?
Well, if a very fat farmer with a gun has a power level of 5, that's our baseline.
Oh, stupidity. Just uselessness.
Hey, you're right. So this must be the sword Trucy used during the trick.
The Pals is 19. I wonder how much Phoenix has.
I would think Phoenix would have not double, but it wouldn't surprise me if Phoenix had
30 or something like that.
I don't know. What do you think the taser attack was? I don't know, because it's not an augmented appendage. So would just a separate thing increase your power level? Like Frieza's men. Would them having the little laser things on their arms actually increase the way their power levels would read? Or is the power level simply inherent to whatever is a part of your body, but not held or otherwise artificially attacked? I mean, yeah, dude got hit by a car. And just it sucked, but whatever. We only call him Farmer with a Gun because that's literally how the community refers to him. As opposed to just Farmer. It's oh yeah, that's Farmer with a Gun. Well, does the gun even matter as a part of the power level then? Probably not.
He did fall from a burning bridge. He's gotta have like 30, right? Ish. After the incident, someone must have switched this rubber sword with the real one on stage. Maybe that's when they brought the rubber sword here. Ladder goes up to the ceiling. I wonder what's just above. Hollow. Alright, fine. I'll climb the ladder. Does it always have to be ladders? Dude, you would just be going up to the first floor. Well, I guess if you're that afraid of heights, even then. Where am I? It's pitch black and cramped, too. You know what I think? I think you're in that coffin we saw backstage. So that's where this ladder leads. I still don't get what that coffin was for. My God, shut the fuck up, Trep. There was a ladder match in the Royal Rumble tonight, and Pat McAfee correctly identified one of them as a step ladder, and I was like, I hate the reference my mind goes to now when I hear step ladder. The stage lift for getting up to the stage. Looks like this crank lowers the platform. But Trucy said it's impossible for one person to do alone. It sounds like a challenge. Now I want to try it. It's probably just broken. Or you could just take their word. I'm reading this room, right? This must be the stage lift Trucy moved during the show. Originally it was there, where stage lift number 1 is now. Stage lift for getting up to the stage. Trucy moved this one here. I guess it used to be where that yellow tape is. Oh, where did she manage to move this huge thing? Wouldn't have been easy for her. She's pretty petite. But I bet it'd be easy for you. Just what are you implying? That's it, chump. You're looking up microaggressions later. Was that even a microaggression? I feel like that was a macroaggression. Is she not petite? Do I not understand that word? I mean, she's a little taller than Trucy, but... Yeah, I'm gonna complain to HR. Paula's like, hey, funny enough, I am actually the HR manager of the firm. In addition to responsibilities. What's this glowy stuff? Oh, it's glow-in-the-dark tape. Wait, oh, it's glow-in-the-dark tape. Hey, this must be what I saw through that secret door in the bottom of the coffin. Who put it here and why? Probably a marker of some sort since it's so dark down here. Sounds about right. Maybe it's to mark, meant to mark which ladder to climb. Ladder goes up to the ceiling, so I guess it leads to one of the trap doors on stage? She must have used this ladder when she escaped from the coffin. Why don't you climb up there and see if I'm correct? It's not so high, you'll be fine, right? Huh? Why me? You make a young lady wearing a skirt climb a ladder? You know, I was legit thinking, like, Athena, if you know that he's terrified of it, why wouldn't you just fucking do it and be a good friend? But I did forget that she was wearing a skirt. So, yes, that is a different story. I'm going. Ah, the lights! It burns! Ow. You alright? I can now confirm that the ladder does indeed lead up to the stage. That tasty bit of info was definitely worth risking life and limb for. Well done. Hold on, Apollo. I hear voices in my head. They counsel me, they understand. They talk to me. Have I been missing widgets? Woo! Athena would fucking RKO Apollo out of nowhere, and it would be hilarious. Whew. I want to see some fan art of that. Logan Paul's legitimately the worst number 30 entrant in any Royal Rumble, and it's abysmal. It is abysmal. And it's pathetic, quite frankly. But hey, let's let pieces of shit continue to do, make tons of money and perform in a dream job just because they happen to be good at the job. Despite the fact that, there's this issue where there might have been some gigantic fraud that may have been committed. You want to determine first how everyone might have been involved. Shut up. Pisses me off. Oh, he's good, so we'll overlook the fact that he's a gigantic piece of shit. Just trash. I almost just quit the show when he eliminated Punk. Like, if I had not been watching with Talon Switcher, I would have turned it off. If he had won, I would have stopped watching at least through WrestleMania. Depending on what happened, maybe I'll pick it back up after that, but I would have completely stopped. And that's funny. Earlier in the night, I said Nikki Bella was the worst number 30 entrant I had ever seen in a Rumble. And then the men's Rumble happened. So, well, I know that's the thing, I was like, well, Jake is very good at beating up old people that are not, boxers in their prime. Logan is a very good, no doubting, he is a legitimately good wrestler. Problem is that generally when you're considered a gigantic piece of shit, most people actually see it as a liability and remove you from those positions. It happens in sports all the time. You do something bad, teams are like, all right, get the fuck out of here. But WWE, not. Dumbass kids like him, so let's keep him. Yeah, right? Jake Paul's announced he's going to box Muhammad Ali, and it's like... Okay. I'd say we let him. Oh, put Damian Tenma in WWE for sure. He'd instantly become my number one favorite Damian in the company. Hold on, Apollo. I hear voices. Wait, no. Okay. Hold on, Apollo. I hear
Voices. Quick, hide. Huh? Ow, quit shoving. Hurry up and get down here.
Yeah, my arm doesn't bend that way.
What the heck, Athena? Shh, look. It's so much work pretending to be cute and
Is it like she have like another voice now?
it's so much work pretending to be cute and sweet.
Okay. Woo. All right, we'll go with it.
It's so much work pretending to be cute and sweet.
Isn't that Bonnie?
Hey, Bunny, wait for me.
In the ratings, Raja?
We have to hide for Athena. Because I heard something funny. There was something off in their voices. Like hers is completely different now.
Oh, right. Athena's super sensitive hearing.
Those lawyers are poking around trying to stir up trouble. Should I be worried? Relax. I didn't say anything to the police, and I won't say anything to them either. You better not, or you're gonna get it. Pow, right in the kisser.
Jesus. What the? Is it just me or does Bonnie seem kind of different from before?
Oh, shut up. Oh, damn it. I'm sick and tired of this whole investigation. All I want is Trucy's head on a platter.
Leave everything to me, babe. Don't forget the power of mass media. TV can accomplish anything. I'll make sure Trucy gets much worse than a guilty verdict.
I can't wait to see that girl crying and begging for mercy. You really hate Trucy, don't you, buddy? I hate her. I loathe her. I can't stand that Trucy Wright. Just because she's a little good at magic, she thinks she's all that. This is exactly what that sniveling brat deserves.
Hey, what the heck?
If you mess this up, you're really gonna be sorry, you hear me? I'll crush you flat. Like a cockroach under my foot.
Oh, you cute little thing. You're so adorable when you're throwing a fit. Wow. I can't believe I got that whole sentence out. With everything that was going on. Wow. Okay, I'm kind of impressed with myself. Whew. How my foot? Can't you take a joke?
Come on, grab my things. We're leaving.
Dolly the hippity hoppity way, my little bun bun. What was that absolutely revolting scene all about? I guess the entertainment industry attracts all kind of eccentrics. That conversation, it set off every red flag in the book. Yeah, it's including the fact of her saying, I hate Trucy, and him saying, I'll make sure she gets worse than a guilty verdict. Man, that set off some red flags. Yeah, no shit, Apollo.
You said it. I smell plot with a capital P-U.
What? God damn it, Athena. That's so lame. Apollo's just like, I'll just ignore that one. Rayton claims he was at the TV station at the time of the incident, and we saw Bonnie on stage ourselves.
Hey, Apollo, I have an idea. Why don't we pay Take Two TV a visit? We can check up on the Rating Raj's alibi while we're there.
Sounds like a plan.
With a P-U.
Is PU like a... Is that like a... a well-known, like, do people internationally know what we mean when we say that? Like, I just thought about that. I was thinking, like, is that like a thing that like is like universal, or is it just like a weird Western thing? Yes, it's not plus ultra. I this is a cool set. As a as as a gambler, I love it. I want to be on that roulette wheel. And I don't even know where the phrase or like the saying, why is it PU? Is it just like that's what the natural response is to something that smells? PU. What? Why? Am I missing something? Yeah, so when something smells disgusting, you can go PU. I don't know what it's supposed to mean. I just know that that's something that can be said. So that's what that joke was, with a capital PU. Imitative. I mean, yeah, I guess that makes sense. It's just, I guess I didn't realize it actually got abbreviated. Like, is there something behind the abbreviation? Because from what I remember, and I don't even remember seeing this when I was younger, because it was more of a child thing, they would actually spell it out like PEEYOU or something like that. Or YU. Yeah, like that. EU. EW. EW. That's what I mean. Okay, but how do you say puke? Oh, like pew. But why is pew said? Does everybody know what pew is? Pew. I was just thinking about you when I said that. Her other sibling, P.U. uh, it's pronounced poo. P.U. But that's not even. That would be P.U. instead. It doesn't fucking matter. It's lame either way. I was just curious if other people had. Oh! who fucking. I completely forgot about that thing Widget did until somebody else actually pointed it out because I was not paying attention to it. And now it's all I can fucking see. God damn it. Yikes, look at this place. So much going on at once, it's making my head spin. Literally what casinos do on purpose when you go there to overload your sensors. Sensory. Perception. They also pump oxygen in there. A wonderful place. Don't listen to anything I just said. I am 100% believe it's true. There's so much going on at once to make my head spin. Take a look at that screen and listen to those hosts. Magic murder. Live audience witnesses shocking skewering. Some casinos actually don't allow smoking. But like there's one in my area that doesn't allow smoking. And it's good, don't get me wrong, but like there's still a certain smell to the air where it's like I'm in a casino. And like the atmosphere makes your head spin. Yeah, that's true too. There are a lot of them there'll be two areas. Okay, you go now. 17-year-old magician Trucy Wright. See exclusive unedited footage of the heinous crime, complete and uncut. That is a snuff film, and you cannot do that. You can't let them broadcast that. Trucy would get tried in the court of public opinion. Oh, good thing that's not what actually, is going to cause her to be guilty. Court of law. Yeah, that's unfortunate. If you've only been to the smoking ones and you don't like the smell of smoke, some people like. I know people that don't smoke, but they like the smell of it, and I'm like, what? Smoke a fat blunt? Oh my god. Oh, Lord. Oh, well. Well, I doubt we can stop them from airing it. But we can prove her innocence in a real court of law. No matter what garbage they report on TV, we can set the record straight at the trial. That happens with, Can't that happen with, like, your nails, too? Or am I thinking of something else? Oh, wow. I did not know they were banned in Brazil, and did not know that they were then recently, allowed again. I mean, you definitely see why gambling, would be legal places. I shouldn't do it, but I do it. I just can't get past the fucking thrill of winning and losing. But I live by one very strict rule. Never gamble what you cannot afford to lose. As long as you follow that rule, you generally won't run into problems. It's still not a fully fail-safe situation, though, because that's only taking into consideration what you can or cannot afford to lose at that moment, and that can always change. Is that what caused a lot of Super Nintendos to turn that, like, yellow color? Smoke? Or is that something else? Well, it depends on what half of what you could afford to lose is. So, this is a rationalization. So again, this is me simply informing you the way I feel. It is wrong, and none of you should feel this way. But let's say I have a certain amount of money that I say I'm going to gamble. If I am at the casino for 3 to 4 hours, something like that, and I'm down, but I only lost half of what I was going to spend, or like it's my allotted budget, I wouldn't be unhappy with that, because what I would look at it as is that I spent that amount of money to have 4 hours of being entertained with an activity. Because when you're doing it responsibly, that's what it is. It's a fun activity that can be a distraction that you could also happen to walk away with more money than you came in with. But once you start gambling with too much money or money that you can't afford to lose, that's when that whole thing goes out the window. And again, that's my own, in my head, terrible rationalization. That's how I feel. Because there is some degree of enjoyment behind it. And that's why people initially do it. People don't
usually at least, don't initially start gambling because they're desperate and need money or whatever. They do it because people find it to be a fun thing to do. Thrill to it. Sometimes they just yellow with age. Well, why? I thought that was sucks because they look terrible when they're yellow. Yeah, exactly. If you go in expecting to lose and you're just doing it for entertainment, you have your budget and it's like okay if you lose that amount of budget. That's like the safest way you can possibly do it. But nothing's fully safe because you could fall off that wagon at some point. You just let yourself go and then you're fucked. You probably should never have done it in the first place. Anyways, my TED Talk on gambling. It's because of the specific type of plastic that it is. Well, that is unfortunate. Slot machine and roulette wheel, huh? They really went all in with the gambling theme. Looks like that slot machine really works. I've always wanted to give gambling a try. It's not worth it. Besides, you're not even old enough to gamble in most states yet. Also true. There are some states in the U.S. where it's 18, and other states, like my state, is 21. But you can play bingo at 18. That can be a fun. There are some forms of gambling where it's like long form gambling. You pay an entry fee and then you do something like bingo, and like you're there for like the entirety of the night, the bingo session. So like you're not losing a bunch of money right away. You're just saying, all right, I'm gonna play $60 or whatever in whatever the bingo thing would cost, and I get to play bingo for like 3 hours. Like that's a really good like beginner's way of doing it if you want to try it but are afraid of, you know, getting into the hardcore aspect of it. The money is only lost if you give up. You know, Aaron has a gambling problem, but does he, like, I haven't watched them in a really long time. Does he ever actually talk about, like, legit going to the casino? Or is it more of just, like, a, I don't even know how to describe it. He gambles a lot, but not in a way that's actually, like, in a casino with money. Does that make sense? I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with being hostile towards the idea of gambling. If you just think that's an evil thing that like nobody should engage in. Again, for me, like, I have my rationalization, but they're my rationalization, and I don't suggest anybody actually follow them. That's like how it is. See, that's where my gambling has gone more towards sports gambling as I've gotten older, as opposed to, because there's an element of RNG there, but if there's a higher amount of skill that can go into sports betting than in most games that you're going to run into at the casino, where it's down to just luck, as opposed to I can look at all the sports analytics and I will tell you that this team actually has the best chance of covering or beating the spread or whatever. So it's generally been a little more profitable for me. So, yep, that's all right. I get to experience it enough in court, guessing whether you'll win or lose the case on any given day. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Don't worry, Apollo. I only bet on winners and and I haven't lost yet. Okay. So, and there's another thing. Okay, I'm gonna go on a little mini rant. I'll try not to take too long because I know we're on different tangents today. One of the biggest fucking lies in the United States sporting gambling world is that fantasy sports and adjacent things like Underdog or I forget what the other big one is, like overs and other stuff, is not gambling. It is. There's just a very, very poor court opinion that was put out a while ago, basically because the judges were like, well, we just don't want to not be able to do fantasy sports. It's absolutely gambling. And if the law was applied consistently, those things would not be allowed. But because of that court opinion, that's how these DraftKings, FanDuel, Underdog, that's how these places get away with the fantasy sports gambling. Now, you still can't go out and bet on like a spread or a team winning straight up or anything like that. Like, you have to be at a sports book or at a place that has a sports book for you to be able to do that. But like this person, I'm gonna bet $5 that both of these people are gonna have over 20 points in this game. That's fucking gambling. But it's legal because they don't consider it gambling because they're full of shit. I always have this argument with friends all the time. We do it. I do it. If you're gonna give me the opportunity to do it, I'm gonna do it. But don't tell me it's not gambling, because you're full of shit. But there's more skill involved. Yeah, there's a lot of skill in being able to predict spreads and bet on those too, but those aren't included for some reason. I wonder why that is. Pardon me, I know you're busy right now. What are you guys, street? Street? What? Street? Does that mean people off the street or something? Retrucy writes lawyers. Oh, okay, lawyers, got it. Well, what do you want? Must be really busy. He doesn't even look this way. We're investigating the incident that occurred at the magic show this morning, and we heard that Roger Ratings was in charge of that program. Yeah, that's right. The guy hates magic, but the show was all his idea. Just between you and me, I think it was Bonnie that egged him on. Egged him on? How so? I saw the two of them together, you know, walking arm in arm. Bet you sweet talk. Yes, sweet talk. I'm saying that like I think my voice is her canon voice now, and that's probably not true at all. I bet she sweet talked him into doing the program because she wanted to work. She hasn't been selling very well on her own, apparently. I see. Oh yeah, I haven't actually looked into the lawsuit, the Genshin thing yet, which might surprise people given that two favorite things, Law and Genshin together. But I actually haven't looked into that. Card counting does exist, but if a casino thinks you're card counting, they will kick you out. They can. Most casinos play with multiple decks, and like some will even shuffle literally every hand now. So, that's not as much of a thing as it used to be. Oh hey, if you're looking into the incident, I guess you'd want the show footage, right? Still a disc in my back pocket. Go ahead and fish it out. Just go into your back pocket? Oh, thank you very much. He turned out to be surprisingly helpful. You just want somebody to talk to. Just working 24/7, just wants to think about something other than the fucking job for a second.
This must be a video production workstation of some sort. That coffee cup looks awfully familiar. Yeah, that's where Mr. Rayton's always sits. Very hands-on, you know. You always find him on the set of his projects. He was here at the station during the magic show, right? Yeah, well, he had 2 shows going on at once this morning. He had his regular program to oversee here, so he couldn't be at the Penrose. So you can vouch for him that he was here at the station during the magic show? What, like an alibi? Sure can. He was definitely here. Still, after a while, he couldn't stand being away from Penrose, it seems. As soon as his part was over here, he took a taxi to the theater. But he apparently didn't get there until after that thing had already occurred. Sounds like he has a rock-solid alibi. I guess we got just about everything we can out of this place. Like, Rayton's alibi is pretty airtight. If that's true, then who could have killed Mr. Reedus? I wonder. Fucking Christ. Although we still do have prints for somebody that is not a part of the case yet, so there's still that possibility. Looks like we're pretty much done here. Should we go back to the office? Get a snack and talk over our plan of attack. Sounds good to me. Apparently that doesn't matter. Neither does this staff person. These are just irrelevant individuals. What in the world? Nope. 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 It's not how that would work. Okay, so here is the big issue. Here's the big issue with this right away. If through the faults of the second party, fault has not been determined yet, so they cannot do this at all. This is entirely unlawful. Unless in this world you can just repossess without fault being established, despite fault being a prerequisite in order to be able to do this in the first place. Also, yes, breaking and entering because they do not have the ability to just walk into my place without my permission. Charlie? I think Charlie, man. I mean, they can take the spaghetti, you know. Say that to me like I'm unhappy about that. No, the spaghetti, darn. Not the teapot though. Teapot hasn't been repossessed. That's the Lars. Also, they can't repossess our legal materials that belong to clients and shit. They can't. Not their property to take. What's going on here? All these stickers say repossess. Yes, I can fucking read, Athena. Who did this? Oh! Fucking widget. Every fucking time I see it, I can't help myself. Okay. Power through. Who did this? Who's responsible for this? Oh, now, this is a restricted area, champ. No trespassing. Nope. Nope. There's no way, no possible way you could have gained ownership of this agency that quickly. Besides the issues that I'd already talked about. So you would not be able to kick me out of my own agency at this point. Trespassing, but this is our office. You're the one who's trespassing. Enough with the lip, boy. Don't tell me you forgot about your debt. What are you talking about? I'm just abiding by the contract. If the agency can't pay me, I have every right to seize its property. Am I right? First of all, you don't even know if we can pay you yet. we might have said that we don't have that kind of money, but that doesn't mean we couldn't figure out how to get that kind of money. Who knows what our building is worth? That would be ours to be able to sell to pay you back. You wouldn't be able to prevent us from doing that. Like that, we haven't even had a chance to take this to trial. Right, which is exactly why it can't happen. If you're gonna be mad, shouldn't Truce be the one you're mad at? No, it's you. You're doing something unlawful right now. At least I would hope that it would be, otherwise this would be really fucked up. I told you, it served you right for getting involved with those grammaries. Why, you dirty rotten! What are you going to do with all of our stuff? Sell it, of course. Every last bit of it. That's why I'm seizing everything. And I'll take this little office of yours, too. You can just waltz in here and do whatever you want? Do we even own the office? Most people lease their offices. But, like, you can't take something that isn't even ours. You think you can just waltz in here and do whatever you want? Indeed I do. Unless you write whatever warehouse joker's got the 3 million ready? That's a no then? Because I gotta recruit my money somehow. One other thing that I did not note before that's kind of involved with this. So, pay $3 million. One issue here is we don't have a time, it will be done with them within X amount of time. That's a problem. So if a court had to determine that, they probably wouldn't immediately go to, oh, it must be immediately. In which case, again, not something that they can do. It doesn't even say immediately. It doesn't say immediately. It doesn't say later. It just says they gotta pay it. So there's no mention of time. They would probably like set a deadline. Like, it's reasonable for it to be 30 days or something like that. That a no then? Because I gotta recoup my money somehow. Oh yeah. After all, the entire program went south because of Truce. It's called liability for compensation. Yeah, we talked about this already. It's on the contract. Those are words. And this infantile agency is the liable party. Again, no. Why, you black-hearted. Well, okay, it could be. But again, it depends on how Trucy was going about this in the first place. The contract itself would be valid because of her age and unconscionability. See how much goes into contracts? We're talking. This is just a one little page contract, and all this shit can go into like whether or not it's actually a thing. That's why I love contracts. Hey Apollo, what about the crooked clipboard? It's no good. We don't have any proof that Radens was behind it. Darn. We're gonna have to do better than that, folks. Looks like the famed Mr. Wright left behind nothing but incompetent noobs to run things. Counting on Mr. Wright to be away for this plan of his? That's actually... That's pretty good. I like that this game just acknowledged that Phoenix Wright is competent and other people view him as such, because that does not happen very often, or often enough. What a 2-bit thug. We'll show him. Ha, there's the sugar, that expression, it's priceless. Well, how does it feel to lose the precious office your boss left you in charge of? Now, not to rub it in or anything, but I think you should know where you stand right now. And what now? Here, have a gander. The trial of young up-and-coming magician Trucy Wright is scheduled for tomorrow. We're here just outside the office of the suspect, hoping for an exclusive peek inside. What? Is this live? Ah, Apollo, look! There's a sea of reporters outside. Wait. Outside the office... The office of the... Okay, I thought they were talking about... They wanted a peek of the suspect. Like, dude, she's not fucking here. Oh, a questionable-looking pair are peeking out the window at this very moment. Our viewers at home can see for themselves their vicious, brutal expressions. This reminds me of that Simpsons episode where they're like the chopper or whatever. They're trying to get a look inside. And they're like, oh, we can't see anything. But we have infrared cameras. And they use infrared, and it's like, well, we can't really tell much, but this seems to be Homer spinning around in his own filth, and they were like looking at a rotisserie chicken. Oh my god. Goat. Well. 7 seasons of goatedness. Yellow journalism at its finest. And that's the way it is. The majority of the public already thinks Trucy is guilty. They say they saw the whole thing happen with their own eyes during the show's live broadcast. Everybody in the country is against you. No way. No office, no allies. Are you sure you still want to represent that girl? What do we have to lose at this point? You basically just told us we have nothing to lose. Of course we do. We believe in her innocence. He's rotating his oven because he believes it gives him sexual powers. Go ahead, think what you want. It's a free country. There is a that's a part of the whole reason the Simpsons were hiding, or Homer was hiding, is because they were the public was going after him because they believed he sexually assaulted this college student. Which, I mean, he kind of did, but it wasn't like, he pulled a gummy bear off of her butt that was stuck to her butt. He just wanted the gummy bear. He didn't actually care about her butt, but, you know. Still probably not the way to go about that, right? Say, hey, you got this on your butt. Can you, like, scrape it off or something? I mean, I guess at that point, too, she's probably going to say no, because I've been sitting on it. That's weird. I'm just going to take this gummy bear with me. Anyways. So the whole thing is like, give them sexual powers. Yeah, exactly. So that's like this same situation where it's like the media is making him seem even more guilty. Well, he did. So I don't know. All I can tell you is what Homer wanted to do. Not how I would have handled the situation. That fucking your sweet can. He edited that fucking. And then he's looking at like this still shot of Homer and he's like, it's like a really bad still shot. He's like, no, Mr. Simpson, no, don't do it, no. Oh my god. Oh. Dramatization may not have actually happened. Oh, God. What a show. Just know that you'll be the biggest losers in the end. In the meantime, feel free to keep on flopping around like the dying fish you are. Now then, you gotta be out of here by tomorrow. Take in this cozy little office tonight while you still can. Why do we have to go tomorrow? Can you show us the legal authority, which gives you the right to kick us out by tomorrow?
I would love to see it. Hang loose, baby. I can't believe we let Mr. Wright's office get placed under seizure. Of all the... This is just ridiculous. Hey! Look out. Clear out! We don't want murderers here! Okay, well, first of all, we're not murderers. Brucey, so... It's a fight you want, I'll take you on. Come on, let's go, Athena. Let's get out of here before we get killed too. Yeah, little fucking assholes. Oh, I'll throw some shit, but as soon as somebody steps to me, I'm gonna run. Can't believe this is happening. We have to do something to protect ourselves. Athena knows the way of the hands. That's an excellent way of putting that. Mr. Wright! Oh fuck, this is inconvenient. Apollo, I got your messages. How is she? Is Trucy okay? She's not crying, is she? Does she have a lawyer? Dude. That is such a fucking... Is that even a low-key insult? Does she have a lawyer? God. Mr. Wright, it's all a giant mess. Poor Trucy. In the office. Our office. Apollo? Okay. We'd better both take a deep breath. Grossberg. Oh, there we go. Wow, I see. And he's saying you have to be out by tomorrow. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I wish there was something I could have done. This is quite the mess, isn't it? Even if I left right now, I wouldn't be there in time for the trial tomorrow. Sorry, Apollo, but I need you to handle this for me. Of course, we can handle the defense, but the office... It's too soon to give up on that. What do you mean? The contract only addresses Trucy's liability if she causes the show to be canceled. So you just have to prove in court tomorrow that it wasn't Trucy's fault. Ding! Hey, you're right. Phoenix. Competent Phoenix is something, boy, I tell you what. So everything deepens on your winning that trial tomorrow. Trucy's fate and the fate of our office. It's all riding on your shoulders, Apollo. I know I'll be fine, right? Did I say deepens? When it said depends? Oh. I did not. That's the wine talking. Woo! Woo! Yeah, and I had to take that moment and fuck it up by saying deepens instead of depends. That usually happens towards the end of streams. Because, like, the mods that are around, they're part of the reason they're mods because they're usually here the whole time, right? So, you get towards the end of the stream and, like, other non-mods filter out, that's when the ratio gets a little more even or uneven. Apollo, watching you grow over these past 2 years, that's why I can say with absolute confidence that you'll be fine. Really? I've seen you earn victory after victory in some pretty dicey situations. Guide Athena, helping her along her way too. Except for that one part where you became a little fucking edgelord and tried to ruin everything. That's why I know you're ready. Why I know I can leave Trucy in the office to you.
believe in you, Apollo. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Good luck tomorrow. Thank you. I'm fine. Everything will be fine. Call me anytime if you feel you need to, but I'll be fine on my own, right? Yes, I think so too. I can do this. That's the spirit. Give it your best out there, Apollo. What is it, Apollo? What are you smiling about? Who, me? It's nothing. Mr. Wright believes in me. She couldn't have told by, like, the conversation from Apollo's side that it went well? I can't let him down. We have to win this trial, Athena. Couldn't agree more, and I'll do everything in my power to help. Our opponent tomorrow, Prosecutor Sadmati, huh? Why now of all times? Still, I don't care who it is. I can't afford to let my guard down for anyone. Oh shit. Sadmati.
O restless wandering soul of the dead.
I want to see the face of the idiot who thinks the person could have dodged that sword.
Sorry to disturb you, but I figured I should tell you. The lead attorney's been decided. It's Apollo Justice.
Apollo Justice.
Ooh, what did it mean? Oh, yeah. I gotta see, I wanted to see the face of the idiot that is like, oh, he could have dodged and then decided to make a bigger target for himself in a space he probably wouldn't have been able to do that in anyways, to then get stabbed in the back instead of the side. Because there is no defending that ass fucking backwards logic. It's so stupid. Ugh. Maybe maybe it will be presented better than I am imagining it will be. Because I'm going to tell you how I imagine it be presented. Him saying that, and the judge just going, oh my, that makes so much sense. And me going, and Apollo going, what am I supposed to do? Instead of using his fucking brain. And then the judge going, well, Apollo, if you have nothing else to say, I'm going to have to declare this person, and they have some random person come in and, like, stop it because Apollo is incompetent enough to do it himself. Rouge. I don't know what accent that was supposed to. It was like me pronouncing French in Scottish. Neveu Rouge. There's a Wisconsin wine county, wine country. Wisconsin wine country is all mostly in Door County. And we make a yearly trip up there to get a fuck ton of wine. And I say that not to imply then that we also get wine other times so that we just always have a fuck ton of wine. Like, it's literally like we go, we supply, and that's our supply for the year. This is a red blend. Really good. Getting stabbed. Oh. Fucking Discord will pop. Oh, is it because it's on the fucking... Okay. What the... Stop. Talking about here? What other word was he actually going to say before he stopped himself to process that? Whoops. Worst. Worst. I wasn't going to say best. Worst. What a fucking tool. Okay, yeah, we'll stop there. We're over 4 hours. I pretty sure we should be good for Monday. Next week's still gonna suck, but not as much as this past week. So, I don't expect to be working until 9 and then coming home and being like, but that could be subject to change, obviously, just depending on Monday could go completely off the fucking rails and whatever. Assume that we are going to stream as planned. I don't have any thoughts so far. Well, okay, I have thoughts, but I don't. A lot of them are not. The case needs to develop more before they're fair thoughts. Because if I like nitpicky things, but if they turn out to like be completed by the end of the trial, then they weren't a problem, right? So, my only complete thought that'll be unaltered right now is that it's awesome that Emma's back. There's that. I guess the characters seem okay so far. I mean, honestly, they're not anything special, but they're not like terrible either. They're not like big top characters. It'll be interesting to see the prosecutor. He could suck. I don't know. But other than that, I mean, it's a defendant makes me want it more. I will tell you that. That's part of the issue I have with Reddits, I guess, is that I feel like part of what makes me dislike him so much isn't because he himself is a great villain or anything. It's simply because Trucy is the target of his antagonism. And that by itself, you could apply that to anybody and they're going to be an enhanced villain in my eyes because of that. So I want to disengage, like the Trucy aspect from how I view him as a whole. So at this point, I don't really know. So that's why I don't. It's fine. I'll have a better idea once everything's a little more complete. At least getting through some of the trial. The trial is going to be a big determining factor as to how I look at the investigation. Yeah, mysterious. Mysterious. Yeah. All right. Thanks for coming, everybody. I appreciate you guys. Thank you again, Trep, for being here for a little less than a quarter of your life. That's crazy. That's craziness. I'm old. And I'm old. Oh, everybody, y'all have a good night. I'll see you Monday. Bye.